Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome back to qualifying day in Formula 1 for what is hopefully going to be an exciting day at the Dutch Grand Prix weekend. Of course, it is the 2023 Dutch Grand Prix, the 13th race of the season here at Zandvoort. And yeah, we've not had a proper qualifying day, it feels like, for quite a while. The last time I did a proper qualifying day stream where we do normally, practice 3. We also, do a watch along for the F2 sprint race as well. And then finally the F1 qualifying session. Last time we did that on this channel was all the way back at Silverstone. Because, of course, in Hungary, I had my, tooth issue. So, yeah, feels like it's been quite a while since we've done this. Of course, at Spa, we had a sprint weekend, which obviously ruins the flow of the weekend. So, yeah, I am looking forward to today, and no disrespect to the track, but this is probably going to be the highlight of the weekend, because it's not that easy to overtake here, but because of the very small gaps throughout the field, because how short the lap is, and given how, for a qualifying lap, it is an exciting track, it definitely is, then, yeah, I think we should get a pretty interesting and hopefully very exciting day at Zandvoort, and let's hope for many surprises as we got yesterday in Friday practice. But yeah, practice 3 will be underway in just under 13 minutes time. Just want to say quickly before we probably get into things, hope you guys are all doing well. Hello to you all. And yeah, no matter what time zone you're in or what part of the world you are watching from, hope you're all having as best a time as possible. Looks as though it's going to be wet for practice 3, or at least for the start of practice 3, or say the first half of practice 3. But looking at the weather forecast, if I just have a look quickly, yeah, for qualifying, it looks like it's going to be dry. So yeah, at the minute, or actually no, the forecast has actually changed around quite a bit. We might actually get maybe a wet, or at least a wet start to qualifying. So yeah, at the minute it is quite wet. Looking at the radar, yeah, there is rain around and hitting the track here and there. There is, it's not just one massive rainstorm; it's coming and going. Yeah, once we get to later in the afternoon and the mid part of the afternoon, it does seem to be clearing up, and probably by 3 p.m. local time, it should be dry for the rest of the day. Qualifying does start at 3 p.m. local time, so it should be a mostly dry qualifying session later on. So what we saw yesterday will still be relevant, mostly, to what we will see today. Of course, though, the track conditions will be a bit different to practice 2, because yesterday it was bone dry, but obviously now the rubber is washed away, and the drivers will have to cope with a green track where there's no rubber laid down, and it is the grip of the track is quite a bit harder to handle, and that should make things definitely quite interesting and add another interesting element to the day overall. And of course, when it comes to the F2 sprint race, which we'll be getting into in between this session coming up in 10 minutes time and qualifying, it's also going to be very interesting to see what goes on there. But yeah, looking at yesterday, there were certain teams who were about where you would expect them to be, given where they've been as of late. Of course, Red Bull do still look the best team, even though they ended up second best in practice 2. I think they still have the best car. McLaren look a tad better than expected, but they still look overall similar to how we saw back at Silverstone and in Hungary to a certain extent. So yeah, looking good for McLaren. Ferrari looked a bit worse than I think they actually are, and I think definitely we'll see an improvement today. Aston Martin didn't look that great. I have actually found out why Fernando Alonso in practice 2 was not very quick. And the reason is because in practice 2, Fernando Alonso was running the old floor and Lance was running the new floor in practice 2. When in practice 1, I think it was the other way round, where Fernando was running the new floor and Lance was running the old one. So that can explain why Lance was quicker than Fernando. So there hopefully should be a bit more pace in that Aston Martin. How much more pace? Not sure exactly. Probably an extra couple tenths of a second at best, I would imagine. I'd be very surprised if, Fernando could find an extra half a second in total. But yeah, if he can find an extra couple tenths of a second, I think that would be at least pretty good for the team and put them in a good fight with, say, Ferrari and maybe one of the Mercedes cars as well. The thing is, though, with Fernando Alonso, when he did run the new floor in practice 1, his best lap time was a 1:12.1, but then in practice 2, he and Lance Stroll both did a better time than they did in practice 1, and the best time for both was, I think, a 1:11.8 or maybe a 1:11.9. So yeah, it's hard to understand truly where Aston Martin are at. Let's hope that there is a bit more to show there, but it's not confirmed or almost confirmed really where they're going to be on pure pace today, at least in the dry. Williams was surprisingly very good yesterday. They'll hope, of course, that the rain does go away very quickly, because if it is wet, I don't think they're going to be anywhere near as strong as they were yesterday. Alpine looking decent, only really because of Pierre Gasly, who has always been very quick here. And then who else did we have who was looking good? AlphaTauri. Be interesting to see how they do today. AlphaTauri, normally in wet conditions or conditions where, a grip is going to matter more, AlphaTauri do tend to be a bit stronger than they are in, say, drier conditions where you can, get away with not having the absolute best amount of downforce, as the rain, I have to say, really falling quite hard at Zandvoort, and I'm not sure necessarily the session is going to start on time. No confirmation that the session is delayed. I will check though on Twitter, or X, how you want to call it now, in just a moment to see officially, what's going on with the session start time. But yeah, it's going to be, even if it does dry out for qualifying, it's going to be a tricky day, because with a green track, obviously the grip is not going to be, say, as good as it was for most drivers in second practice. And it is, of course, a pretty tough racetrack. And given the conditions today, and probably the conditions we'll have tomorrow, where we've got a bit of rain forecast for tomorrow as well, the Liam Lawson, who of course is replacing Daniel Ricciardo for the rest of the weekend, because Ricciardo has a broken wrist after his crash yesterday, very tough conditions for him to come into. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see how he gets on. Not expecting that much from him in qualifying later. If he can get into Q2, I think that would be honestly a brilliant effort, given, again, the tricky track conditions, possible, tricky weather conditions. Plus, I think in reality, AlphaTauri are not going to have an amazing car in qualifying later. So yeah, if Lawson can get into the second part of qualifying, I think that would be a pretty good effort for the Kiwi driver, who of course is making his Formula 1 debut. He will be racing the number 40, and he's just currently getting belted into his AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri had to break the curfew last night to, I think, get the setup, or change around the setup to suit Liam Lawson, and also do the driver fitting and get the driver's seat all good. So yeah, should be all good to go for Lawson in the AlphaTauri today. But yeah, we're just under 5 minutes away from the start of practice 3. So let me just quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any news. I am still going to call X Twitter because to me it will always be Twitter. Yeah, can't see any breaking news in regards to the session being delayed, but it does look like it's going to be wet for probably most of, if not the entire practice session. And of course, this is the final practice session before qualifying. So yeah, we might not get a ton of running in this session, because if the teams are confident that it is going to be dry later, then really, given especially how tricky this circuit is even in the dry, what is the point of risking your car being severely damaged where there's plenty of points around the track where you can severely damage your car? Turn 3, I think turn 9 is another place where if you go off you could really do quite a bit of damage to your car. So yeah, don't think we're going to get necessarily a ton of running in this session. I hope we get quite a bit, but yeah, I think it really depends on the team's opinion as to what the weather forecast is going to be for qualifying. Because if it looks like it's going to be a wet qualifying as well, of course they'll be very keen on getting running in to understand how the car, handling wise, is working in the wet conditions. But the F1 intro is now playing. They're just going through what the tyre compounds are. The dry compounds, by the way, the C3, C2 and C1, which is normally the 3 hardest compounds they do bring. I am surprised they've brought such a hard set of tyres this weekend. I would have expected it to be the C4, C3 and C2 compounds they would have brought. But yeah, they've decided to go a bit harder than that, which is, again, surprising. But of course, in this session, it's going to be intermediate tyres and wet tyres that will be used primarily, as there's still a pretty good crowd despite the bad weather. And of course, with the track being right next to the sea, because obviously Zandvoort is a seaside little town, that does make the conditions, when it is windy, rainy, it makes it not great, to be honest, because as I'm sure people will know, especially if you're from the UK, you live near the coast, when it gets a bit stormy it can be quite a bit worse if you're at the coast than it is inland. So yeah, as actually the rain, by the looks of it, has passed over the circuit, and the sun is actually now shining on most of the track. So I would imagine that the drivers will probably go out, maybe initially on the wet tyres, but I think they'll probably go for the inters for most of, if not almost to the entire session, because it should dry out pretty quickly. But anyway, let's go away from this. Watchalong, part of the stream. Of course, there is your running order, and there is Liam Lawson's name in P15 for the moment. As yeah, drivers at the minute have got wet tyres on, I think, just to be safe. And obviously they'll get a feel for the conditions and see whether it is good enough for what do you call it, for intermediate tyres. Practice 3 is an hour long, and of course, when the session gets underway, I will sync up the timer as soon as possible, most likely at the 59-minute mark. This will be in a couple minutes' time when I do that. So yeah, we'll see what goes down in this session, as Lando Norris is just on the TV broadcast there, ready to get in the car. I think just waiting for the team to give him the all clear. As Mercedes, not quite ready yet. Mercedes, I do have to say, they do tend to take quite a bit of time to get out there on on a say Saturday morning or a Saturday lunchtime for practice 3. They normally are the latest out on track, or one of the latest out on track, and they don't tend normally to do that many laps to Mercedes, which sometimes I do feel as though is a bit of a bad strategy from them, because they don't get enough laps in really to get a feel for the conditions at times. But first car on track as the session now 30 seconds in, so I'll sync the timer up in 30 seconds time. First car on track, the man they've all come to see, Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. And yeah, the track looks wet, but the parts of it look like they're probably good enough for inters, but there is a bit of standing water about, so it is probably, for the time being, just worth being on the full wet tyre. And there are still some dark clouds around. There you go. We've got 59 minutes to go in practice 3. And of course, as the session goes along, when the drivers set their lap times, I will update the order as we go along, as Liam Lawson now on track. Thankfully for Lawson, does have experience here. He raced here last year. And let me just check, actually, what his results were here at Zandvoort last year. I think they were okay from what I can remember, because this race last year I think was actually the race where Felipe Drugovich officially won the F2 championship. So yeah, 2022 he finished 4th in the sprint race and only 12th in the feature race. Let me just see where he qualified. Qualified in 6th. So, I mean, he was racing for the Carlin team, which is not a great F2 team, to be honest. I mean, obviously, the cars are equal in F2, but there are certain teams that get a lot more out of the car and operationally just work a lot better than others. And yeah, Carlin is probably like the 5th best team in F2. So, to be honest, that's not a bad effort from Lawson. And given where he was a lot of the time in F2, I think he's definitely a very good driver. Is he, is he good enough to be a... Maybe, I don't think he's ever good enough to be a great driver in Formula 1, but is he good enough to have a long career in Formula 1? I think that is to be found out. I think definitely the talent is there, but whether the consistency is there, I'm not sure there is enough evidence for that. But here is his chance. Let's see if he takes it. As we've also got Zhou, Norris, Piastri, Russell and Perez. The track, surprised Russell is out there so early. Like I said, Mercedes do tend to take quite a long time getting their cars out there, but they're out there now. As Lawson is just coming up to turn 11, which is pretty much the stadium section here at Zandvoort. And he's got a couple corners now to go, turn 13, and then turn 14, which in the dry is flat out. Not sure it is necessarily in the wet. But he goes through turn 14 and comes to the line and does a very slow lap time of 1:35.0. Of course, the drivers, not going to be pushing super hard in this session. Verstappen is P1 and Liam Lawson is up to P2. But yeah, with Lawson, I think definitely, if, let's say, Daniel Ricciardo, if he gets back into the car, hopefully, for Singapore, realistically, you would imagine that's when he'll be back in the car. As Max Verstappen there, just a replay of him having quite a big moment on the exit at turn 3 and going off the track. Max saying, I don't know what happened there, just suddenly had no grip. And yeah, just put his foot down, lost the rear end, and then went on the grass. And I think he put his foot on the throttle and I think probably had a brain fade because his rear tyre was on the, I think the painted strip on the outside of turn 3, which would have probably caused that. Yeah, with Liam Lawson, and the whole, AlphaTauri situation and Red Bull situation overall, if Daniel Ricciardo, as Liam Lawson is saying, it's raining quite a lot right now on the team radio, still, the track covered in sunshine, mostly, which is interesting if that's true. It is still raining quite hard. There is quite a bit of standing water, I have to say, as one of the McLarens there, Lando Norris, out there on the intermediate tyre. Yeah, if Daniel Ricciardo comes back and doesn't perform that well, and Red Bull feel as though that Ricciardo, has had his chance and hasn't shown enough, then I think definitely Liam Lawson deserves an opportunity. As Lando Norris on the Inters goes only 3rd quickest for McLaren. Of course, McLaren will be desperate for it to remain wet because that will be their best chance of pole position. Sergio Perez there. Just them showing him coming back on the track after having gone off at turn 11 and 12. And now Perez back into the pit lane. But yeah, it's a very interesting situation, the whole Red Bull and AlphaTauri driver lineup, the stuff that's going on right now, because in terms of what those lineups will be in 2024, it's incredibly dependent on so many things. Firstly, if Sergio Perez has a good end to the season, then he will probably keep his seat. But if he doesn't perform well enough, then it's really going to get interesting. And then at AlphaTauri, you've got Yuki Tsunoda, who will probably stay at the AlphaTauri team. And then alongside him, you've got a battle between Ricciardo and Lawson. Lawson, of course, he's going to do this race, and then he's probably going to race next weekend in Monza. As, by the way, by the sounds of it, Daniel Ricciardo will not be having surgery on his wrist until probably, I would imagine, Monday. There has been a rumour that it might be tomorrow, but it's probably going to be on Monday, I would imagine. As Alex Albon now goes up to 3rd, Valtteri Bottas now up to 2nd. But yeah, you've got that whole battle between Ricciardo and Lawson. But the thing is, the battle between Ricciardo and Lawson is not just about, who is going to be in the AlphaTauri for 2024. It's also related to who's going to be possibly in the Red Bull in 2024 or even 2025. So, yeah, there's a lot of dynamics at play in both of those teams right now, as it's currently Verstappen, Bottas, Albon, Zhou, and then Norris in P5. As is a replay of Norris bumping over the entry curb to turn 11 a bit too hard. If you did that on the F1 game, you would have underbody damage, but I don't think it's quite as simple as that necessarily in real life. Depends, to be honest, the exact angle you attack it at, as that's a replay of Logan Sargent going a bit wide into the first corner and going onto the grass slightly. As we've got a yellow flag now in Sector 1. As Fernando Alonso does a purple first sector. And that is a Haas car on the exit at turn 3. Now we've got a red flag. And it is Kevin Magnussen, I think it is, in the Haas. Yep, it is. And he is spun on the exit at turn 3. And either he's waiting for the cars to go past to get going again, or he is stuck. But, yeah, yeah, not a great start to the day for him. Haas were horrendous yesterday. 17th and 18th, and they look by far the slowest team out there this weekend. Sargent, by the way, is in 6th, Lawson in 7th, and then Oscar Piastri is up to 8th place. That's going to Steiner. Looks pretty fed up. And yeah, Magnussen out of the car. And I mean, at least there's not really any damage done. It's more just so he's stuck, or the car's stuck there. And yeah, by the looks of it, as he turned through turn 3, and this was actually, he made this mistake after exiting the pit lane, so it's not like he was on a push lap. Came into turn 3, and I think probably just applied too much throttle, then spun the car, and there you go, that's why he stopped. He broke his front left suspension on the wall just before where the car stopped. So yeah, broken front left suspension. If they get the car back though in the next hour, then that should be pretty fixable for the team, and they should get it ready in decent time before qualifying begins. But at the minute, guys, only 8 times on the board, and nobody pushing at the minute. Turbo GSR for $5 says, thanks for the stream, Chaz. Breaking news on Sky, Lance Stroll announcing retirement as his sister is currently ovulating and they need to conceive. Thank you for that news update, and thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Yeah, in the dry pole position, I mean, given the best time in practice 2 was a 1:11.3, the pole position time should be a 1:09 point something in the dry. Say something between a 1:09.5 and a 1:10.0. Somewhere in that range, I think, is pole position, again, in the dry. In the wet, though, let's say if we have intermediate conditions for Q3, pole position will probably be, what, a 1:18, 1:19, something like that. At the minute, of course, they're on the full wet tyre. Max Verstappen is quickest on a 1:27, so yeah, they're nowhere near, pushing. They could go, even on the wet tyre, they could probably go 3 to 4 seconds a lap at least quicker. Even with them not running the most aggressive fuel load or engine settings. So yeah, it's it's going to be a slow start to the day, unfortunately, given the weather that we do have. But we'll wait and see how the day progresses, as Sky F1 currently are on an ad break, so nothing to talk about for the moment. But if you, of course, throughout the day, if you guys, building up to qualifying, if you want to ask any questions, F1 related questions, make sure to post it in the live chat, and I will answer any that I can, between now and qualifying getting underway later on. One thing I do need to say, which I don't believe I said in the 15-minute build-up to practice 3 at the start of the stream, do bear with me today because I didn't have a lot of sleep. I had about 3.5 hours of sleep, I think, or maybe 4 hours at most. And yeah, not feeling physically that great. Feeling quite bloated, actually, which isn't great, but it should get better as the stream goes on. But yeah, not had a lot of sleep, so do bear with me with today's stream. I might be a bit tired towards the end of this stream, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. If I can get through, qualifying, then that should be all okay. But yeah, at the very end of the stream, I might be a bit all over the place, if you know what I mean. And I think really the reason, normally the reason behind a lot of the times that I've, not slept that much before a stream is nerves, really. Because, I think what used to be a few years ago, and it still is to this day, but the biggest fear I have with streaming, the first biggest fear I have when I go sleep the night before is oversleeping and, starting to stream late, which I don't think I've ever done. Don't believe I've ever done. If I have, then it was a very minor one, like a few years ago. But that's always been my biggest fear, especially with, on a qualifying day when you're going live a bit earlier than you do on a race day, or even for those early morning races. Always been my biggest fear. So, yeah, that's why I've not had a ton of sleep. As Sky now back from the ad break, another red flag. That 44 minutes to go, and they just put up a stat on the screen saying that in 1984 at this Grand Prix, McLaren secured the Constructors' Championship. And actually, in the last race here, before the massive gap in between, the Dutch Grand Prix when it was last held in 1985 until, 2021. As by the way, the session will be getting back underway in about a minute and a half from now. The FIA have just put up on the screen from race control. In the 1985 race, the last Dutch Grand Prix until 2021, McLaren had a 1-2, and it was Niki Lauda's final win in Formula 1 in 1985. Of course, what a career he had. And the year before, of course, he won his third final championship. And of course, we all still miss him. He was such a great figure in Formula 1. So unique as well. And still, when I look back at his Formula 1 career, I do think he is very much underrated. I think people overlook just how incredibly good he was. He was, in my view, he was the best driver of the 70s by not like 100%, but he was, for me, by a pretty decent margin. He was the best driver in the 1970s. In that Ferrari, he was formidable the entire time he was there. And even when he came back for McLaren, even though his pace wasn't as good as it was, where his pace wasn't there as much as it was back in the 70s, he was still incredibly good. And had, obviously a big experience advantage over his young teammate Alain Prost back in '84, which is a big reason why he was able to secure the '84 title. As the session back underway, Max Verstappen is on the track now. Here is Lewis Hamilton on the track on intermediate tyres. Track does look like it's drying out quite a bit now, and yeah, looks like it is probably good enough for the Inters. And like I said, the absolute best time on Inters you should be doing is probably going to be a 1:18, 1:19. So given it's practice 3, I don't think we're going to see anything close to that, because they're not going to be pushing, super hard. So the best time on Inters we'll see in this session will probably be a 1:21, 1:22. Maybe a 1:21 is, maybe being a bit ambitious, but you get my point. It's not going to be a super quick time from the drivers out there, even on Inters. That's Lewis Hamilton out there, and started officially a flying lap, but he's not pushing at all. He's basically doing another warm-up lap, really. And this is, of course, his second lap only of the day so far. As Russell, also his teammate, on an outlap. Not many cars on track. Verstappen, you've got Bottas, Zhou, Norris, Lawson, and then the two Mercedes. Actually, to be fair, now we've got quite a few cars on track. We've also got the Alpine of Gasly. We've got Tsunoda, Leclerc, Hulkenberg on track as well. So yeah, we've got most cars on track at the minute, as Lewis Hamilton keeps on with this lap. And I think towards the end of the lap, he is pushing a bit harder. And just trying to get a feel, I think, for the conditions. But it's not going to be a quick time, as he does a 1:33.2, which is by far the slowest time so far. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton in P9, not anymore, because Pierre Gasly has gone up to 9th. As we've now got George Russell on a flying lap. There is Mick Schumacher just being shown on the TV broadcast next to Toto Wolff. Watching on the session, as now Nico Hulkenberg goes up to 3rd. As here's a replay of Max Verstappen at turn 12. And not quite sure why we're seeing a replay of Max. I think just struggling with the rear end and as well on the exit at turn 13, but it's just usual stuff really that you would see in the wet, so it's nothing really that interesting. As Charles Leclerc goes quickest on a 1:27.2 and then goes deep at turn 1 and very nearly goes into the barriers. Brilliant save from Leclerc, who was, he was inches away from the barriers after setting that quick lap. And here's a replay on the broadcast on board. And into turn 1, he's on the full wet tyre, just locked his inside front up and then started to skate off straight on. And yeah, was very good on the brakes there to keep the car under control. As Lando Norris now goes quickest on the intermediate tyre on a 1:26.7. Half a second quicker than Leclerc. Verstappen still struggling with the car out there as Hulkenberg goes up to P4. Verstappen on the inters as well. How quick is this lap time? It's a 1:25.1. 1.5 seconds quicker than Lando Norris. And, right, so we've got, overall 13 times on the board. Yuki Tsunoda is now up to 7th place. Zhou Guanyu, actually, is up to 6th. And then you've got Tsunoda 7th. Pierre Gasly is in 8th with Albon 9th. Hamilton is 10th with Sargent 11th. And then Lawson and Piastri completing the drivers that have done a lap so far. As Zhou improves yet again but stays in P6. As we've now got Lance Stroll out there on full wet tyres. Aston Martin clearly feeling as though the risk is not worth it to go on the inters as Pierre Gasly goes up to 7th place. Definitely watch out for Gasly later because I think he could really be one of the stars of qualifying if things are very close between, him and the Alpine and, the Aston Martins and maybe even one of the Ferraris and one of the Mercedes cars. I think Gasly could really surprise people. As Stroll not on whatsoever a quick lap. As Zhou looks like he's on a better lap. Bottas, not sure if he is on a better lap. His middle sector's not been that special. As the clouds are darkening, as Lance Stroll comes into the pit lane. Here comes Valtteri Bottas. And Valtteri only by 4 thousandths of a second goes slower, as that is Pierre Gasly going over the escape road in turn 11 and turn 12, and that is Zhou Guanyu, who has beached his car on the exit of turn 13, really the final real corner of this circuit, and he's stuck in the gravel. Red flag. He was improving, but he's made a big error. Let's see what he's done. Into turn 13. And he's just picked up the throttle too early, spun the car, went into the gravel, and he couldn't get out. And yeah, that was pretty clearly him just putting his foot down too early. Zhou out of the session. You'd imagine. Well, actually, come to think of it, probably not. Depends how early they can get the car back, as that's a replay of, Gasly when he went over the escape road. Cutting off turn 12. So, conditions pretty tricky out there. But once again, we have a red flag. And it is for the Chinese driver of Zhou Guanyu. And, if Alfa Romeo, if they can get the car back in the next, 10-15 minutes, then there's a decent chance they could get him out for, I don't know, 1 or 2 laps at the end. Just so Zhou can, get a feel for the conditions again. As Sky F1 go for another ad break, as we're nearly halfway through this session. Of course, Zhou in a bit of trouble at the minute, because it has been rumoured that his seat is under threat because of a lack of funding, possibly, from people backing him. And, of course, that might be, it definitely will be an issue for him. My thoughts is that, Théo Pourchaire deserves to get the Alfa Romeo seat over him. When you look at the battle between Bottas and Zhou, Bottas has clearly been better. Valtteri's beat Zhou, I think, 8-4 in qualifying, and it's been 7-4 for Valtteri in the races. Even though people say some stupid things online saying, Zhou's been just as good as Bottas, if not better, which is factually incorrect. If you're going to keep one of Bottas or Zhou, you've got to keep Bottas because he's been better. That is reality. So, I think Bottas and Pourchaire should be the lineup for next season. Let's hope they see the light and actually, go with that as their driver lineup, rather than keeping Zhou because, they, Audi, who of course now have a stake in the team and will obviously be running the team fully in 2026. They're keen to sell their cars in different markets. Let's hope that doesn't control their thinking too much. But let's see if there's any comments in the chat I can find in a minute. No, not at the moment. As we're just over halfway through the session. Just wanted to say quickly, whilst we do have a lull, of course, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do these qualifying day streams where we do a watch along for practice 3, qualifying, and when the F2 sprint race is on, we also cover that as well. And as well, tomorrow I will be live at 12 PM UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, for the race preview and then the race watch along itself. I should be joined by my co-commentator Niblo for the race, and let's hope that it's a bit better than I'm expecting it to be. Make sure to, subscribe for more content like this, and everybody watching right now, smash that like button if you could. Obviously does help in terms of support towards the channel, and of course it does help in the algorithm quite a bit. We're currently on about 15 likes, so if we can get up to 20 plus in the next few minutes, that would be great. Make sure to smash the like button. But this red flag probably going to be as long as the red flag for Magnussen's was, which wasn't, too long in the end. But to be fair, with this session so far, not much has happened. But with the red flags happening, it's not really a surprise, is it? Given the nature of the track plus the wet weather. And the track is very slowly, improving in terms of grip. And at the minute, you'd have to say the F2 sprint race is probably going to be a wet one, at least to start with. We'll see how that, goes later. Probably end up being a million safety cars during the F2 sprint, which gets underway in about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Of course, this session still has 29.5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time till Formula 2 is underway. And of course, once we get into talking about Formula 2, I will make sure to take you through the starting grid and also look at the championship for F2 because, of course, I have not done any F2 coverage on the channel, proper F2 coverage, since Silverstone, because in Hungary I had my tooth issue and I missed, the F2 sprint race plus obviously the F1 qualifying session. And then at Spa, originally I was going to stream and cover the sprint race, but because I looked at the forecast, I thought we're not going to get that much running in today, and if we do, there's going to be massive delays. So I ended up not streaming. So yeah, I'll make sure to touch on the championship and how things are looking going into the 3 final race weekends for Formula 2, which are this weekend, next weekend at Monza is the penultimate round, and then the final round at the end of November in Abu Dhabi, alongside the final round of the F1 Championship on the final weekend of November. And things are very close in the F2 Championship, and it really could swing quite a few different ways. So, we'll get into that, obviously, later on. But still, we've got a red flag, as I think they're just removing Zhou's car. In the Sky F1 commentary box, they've got Stoffel Van Dorn, who, of course, is an Aston Martin reserve driver, talking with David Croft and Karun Chandok. And Stoffel, of course, has had a brilliant career outside of Formula 1 since he left Formula 1 at the end of 2018. I do feel with Van Dorn that, because people do still talk about him quite a bit, I do feel as though his Formula 1 career was, that he was really hamstrung by McLaren in his Formula 1 career, because, for one, he had Fernando Alonso as his teammate, and obviously, when he came into Formula 1, to have Fernando as his teammate is a very daunting task. Stoffel, I think still, there were certain weekends where I felt as though he did still do well, given his lack of experience at the time, and given how great Fernando is. But given just how much of a mess McLaren were at the time, as by the way, the FIA have just said on the screen, the session will be back underway in about a minute's time. Given how much of a mess McLaren were back then, 2017, 2018, I don't feel like Stoffel was really given a proper chance to show how good he is. Because there were some races in Formula 1 where he actually did pretty well. His last ever points finish, for example, was an 8th place in Mexico, which is a really good result, considering at the end of 2018, McLaren were pretty shit. So, yeah, that was a brilliant result from him. He also had some good drives early in the season. I think an 8th in Bahrain. He had a 9th in Baku, which was okay. He had a points finish in Australia, I think, as well. But really, the reason he was so poor, or his results were so poor, rather, is because the McLaren car was terrible. There was literally nothing good about that car once we got into the mid part of the season. And most of the time, they could only rely on Fernando, pulling out an amazing performance to save them at a couple races here or there. A session, by the way, back underway. We've got about 25 minutes to go in this session. But yeah, I feel as though with Van Dorn, if you had put him into, at the time, like a Toro Rosso or even a Haas, say at the time, I think people would have been surprised by actually how good he is. Because you have to remember, he won the GP2 title in 2015. His competition wasn't, that great, admittedly, but he still, he won that. He did quite well before that in, I think, the Formula Renault 3.5 series as well, when you had drivers like, Kevin Magnussen in that series. Series. So, yeah, I think Van Dorn definitely is underrated, and his career is looked back at in a bad way, really because of just how bad McLaren were at the time. And to be fair, with as Carlos Sainz goes into turn 1 and does exactly what his teammate did a few minutes ago, but doesn't go as close to hitting the barriers and gets back underway a lot quicker. Good for him. Yeah, let's say Aston Martin decided to drop Lance Stroll, I'd be interested to see, let's say if they put Van Dorn in the car, be very interested to see now with the, more experience plus Aston Martin are a better run team than McLaren were back then, and they have a better car now than McLaren did. Even though Fernando would still be his teammate, I would be interested to see how he would get on in a better situation. But, he's had a great time in Formula E, and good to see that, he's turned his motorsport career into a successful one and not let those couple years in Formula One define him. As well, with Van Dorn, another great drive from him in Formula One that I want to shout out was his debut in Bahrain in 2016, where he took over from Fernando Alonso, who I think he had was it a rib injury after that crash with Gutierrez in Australia. Van Dorn took over and outqualified Jenson Button and finished in the points in P10, which McLaren weren't expected to do that weekend. So, yeah, an amazing debut. And like I said, the potential, I think at times he did show that the potential was there, but McLaren at the time was just an absolute mess. And it was a bad time to be racing for that team, no matter how great you were, whether you were Fernando Alonso or Stoffel Van Dorn level of driver. As Yuki Tsunoda comes to complete his lap, and on the full wet tyre goes up to 4th place. So let me just update that Tsunoda is up to 4th. Got a mix of drivers out there on different tyres, as Perez is now on a lap on the intermediate. So yeah, top 10 at the minute: Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Zhou, Gasly, Albon, and then completing the top 10 now is Liam Lawson, with then Hamilton in 11th, and then Sargent, Piastri, and Sainz. He's done a very slow time after that mistake. Sergio Perez is, on a flying lap now. It's not been a great first sector for Perez, but this is really his first flying lap, as Carlos Sainz is now up to P5. As Perez running a tad wide through turn 12 and rear end a bit all over the place on the exit. As Lando Norris is on a better lap now. As the track definitely starting to improve now, especially goes 9th. for the Red Bull team. And there you go. Carlos Sainz. Don't quite know why I did not put him up in 5th. For some reason, I put Pierre Gasly up there. Don't quite understand why I did that. Oscar Piastri is now up to 4th place in the McLaren. Lando Norris now goes quickest by 1/10 of a second. That's a 1.6 second gain. Just shows you the track is improving quite a bit. And he's done a 25.0. Again, I think they can go probably 2 to 3 seconds quicker than that in this session. I mean, we've still got another 20 minutes basically. So if it doesn't rain again, I think they will find still quite a bit of lap time in this session. Bottas is up to 5th. And then you've got Snowder in 6th, Sainz in 7th, Hulkenberg 8th, Zhou in 9th, and Perez in 10th. Not anymore. Sergio Perez now up to P3 in the second Red Bull. Oscar Piastri now up to P3. As George Russell on a new flying lap. Bottas now goes up to 5th. And then you've got, outside of the top 10, hold on, Alex Albon's now gone up to 6th place. And so now outside of the top 10, you've got Zhou, Gasly, Sargent in 13th, then Lawson, Hamilton, and Stroll. Sargent now actually goes up to 10th place. As it's getting drier, definitely will suit Williams quite a bit more, who were really the surprise team of practice 2 and really Friday practice yesterday, as Lance Stroll up to P12. Still, Russell, Ocon, Alonso haven't done a lap time. George Russell, though, does his first lap time, and it's only good enough for 8th, 2.3 seconds away from Lando Norris. As Oscar Piastri has done a purple middle sector. Sergio Perez comes to the line. Is it a better lap? It is. Purple final sector, but he stays in 3rd. As Piastri comes to the line and goes 0.2 of a second quicker. And he's now up to P1, but only briefly because Lando Norris has done a purple first and now purple middle sector. Lando 6.5 up on Piastri after the first 2 sectors. As Albon is up to 5th. Here comes Norris through the final corner. Gets a bit of a slipstream from Sargent ahead, who goes up to 7th. And Lando Norris goes back to the top of the timesheets by 1.2 seconds. A 1:23.6. Now we're really starting to see some good lap times. As, Logan Sargent up to 7th. Lance Stroll has just gone up to 8th place. Here comes Russell, who is now up to P5. Still, though, nearly 3 seconds off the pace. So Mercedes must be running quite a bit of fuel out there. Here's a replay of Fernando Alonso. Let's see what he was doing into turn 1. Of course, in the wet, normally he is one of the gods out there, but wasn't on this occasion. He locked his inside front, like Leclerc and Sainz have done, and he took to the escape road. You would imagine if Aston Martin's pace definitely is better with their new floor. Of course, Aston Martin have brought the biggest upgrade this weekend. Basically a new floor. It's their biggest upgrade since what we saw in Canada, which was a new floor and side pod. If it has improved the car by a couple tenths of a second, say, then in the wet, where you would imagine Aston Martin would be even quicker, Aston Martin, you would think, would be one of the teams to look out for. So, yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that for later in qualifying, if it is wet. As Logan Sargent goes up to 6th. Carlos Sainz does not improve his first sector as Lance Stroll goes 5th for Aston Martin. And now Russell is back up to P5 as Oscar Piastri has done a personal best first sector. Piastri very close behind Carlos Sainz, and you'd think Carlos will get out of the way considering he's lapping quite a bit slower. Piastri is actually going quicker than Carlos at the minute. So yeah, Sergio Perez up to P2. Fernando Alonso now goes up to 7th for Aston Martin. And, well, unfortunately, my graphics there all just froze. But now they're working. So, yeah, Fernando Alonso up to 7th. Piastri, don't know if he improved his lap time. I can't see because they've gone to the double screen on Sky. Alex Albon has improved. He's now up to 6th place. Valtteri Bottas is up to P7. And Logan Sargent is now splitting the two Aston Martins. As a yellow flag for the Alpine there, Esteban Ocon. Turn 1 is just reversing out of there to try and go to the escape road. Ocon's had a pretty bad weekend, was quite slow compared to Gasly in practice. And yeah, this is not a track that he really likes at all. And yeah, he's not done much running in this session either. As George Russell now up to 4th place. Piastri is up to 2nd and about 1/10 of a second away from his teammate. As Fernando Alonso goes up to 4th place. As here's a replay of Esteban Ocon doing most likely the same as all the others. Yep, actually locked both front tyres and then just skated off and actually hit the barrier. Thankfully hit it dead straight and not too hard. So the only damage that will be there is to the front wing. And not serious damage, but enough damage that he'll have to come back in. As Liam Lawson has stopped out on track, and it's because he spun at the final corner and he's facing the wrong way. And we've now got a red flag because of that. So red flag because of Liam Lawson. And yeah, that is the right decision because obviously he's facing the wrong way. And now he spins around and gets going again. So this red flag will probably only last like 2 or 3 minutes. So of course, they now got to wait for all the cars to get back into the pit lane, and then the red flag should end. But the red flag does give us a good time to update officially what the order is. So it's currently Lando Norris quickest from Piastri, then Perez, Alonso, Russell, Verstappen, Albon, Bottas, and then Sainz in P9. And then Lance Stroll 10th, Sargent 11th, Lewis Hamilton in P12, Leclerc 13th, Tsunoda 14th, Lawson 15th, and let me just see quickly what happened. So, and he broke a bit of his front wing there. Nothing major though on the front wing. The only thing bruised from that is his ego. As ran a bit wide through 13. Not sure if he actually touched the white line on the exit of turn 13. But yeah, applied too much throttle like Zhou did. Ended up spinning. Then hit the barriers, facing the wrong way. And then eventually, when he had the space to, spun his car back round and got going. And that's probably going to be him done for the rest of the session. But at least he's got some good practice in before quali. And then it's Hulkenberg 16th, Zhou in 17th, and then Gasly and Ocon, the last two drivers who've done a lap time. And Kevin Magnussen, with 10 minutes to go in practice 3, last, because of course he stopped out on the track. You'd imagine Magnussen will definitely not be coming back out in this session, as I'm pretty sure we've got all of the cars now back into the pit lane. Yep, we do. So the red flag should end in the next couple minutes, I would imagine. Racing Prodigy says Nick Debris also won F2. What's your point? My point is with Van Dorn is he's not as bad as people make him out to be. With De Vries, I think Nick De Vries was always worse than Stoffel Van Dorn. I mean, if you look at their junior Formula record and just what they've done in general since they've become, 16 years old, Stoffel Van Dorn's record is quite a bit better. It's a session, by the way, back underway. First car back on track is Bottas and the Alfa Romeo. Van Dorn's record is quite a bit better. Van Dorn, I'm pretty sure, has been better in Formula E. And yeah, De Vries in Formula 1 was terrible. Absolutely. But De Vries' teammate was Yuki Tsunoda. Van Dorn's teammate was Fernando Alonso. So we do have to remember that. Plus, with Van Dorn, he did still put in a couple of good performances in his Formula 1 career. When with De Vries, I mean, this year, he didn't put in one good performance. And in hindsight, that result, that P9 at Monza last year for De Vries was such a false result, and in hindsight, I should have never got as hyped about that as I did, because the Williams car that weekend was just stupidly quick because of its incredible straight line speed. So, yeah, I think, at the end of the day, that's why De Vries ended up in the points that day. But yeah, my point is that with Stoffel Van Dorn, but, despite him not having a stellar Formula 1 career, he's still a very good racing driver, and he's had a great motorsport career still. And definitely is better than Nick De Vries. No doubt about that. As we are looking at Max Verstappen out there on the intermediate tyres, pushing on, and now starting a new lap. He's down in 6th place. Of course, he'll want to end this session P1 if he can. His last proper flying lap was quite a long time ago. I think about half an hour ago. So, should be a big improvement of lap time here from Verstappen. So let's see. As he comes through turn 3, takes the not as wide a line because of the wet conditions, but gets a good exit. Car looks nice and hooked up. Yellow flag again in sector 1, and once again it is Leclerc who's now reversing out of. It looks like he might have actually touched the barriers this time, as Max Verstappen did a purple first sector. Was a quarter of a second quicker than Lando Norris, as now comes through turn 10, taking the wet line, karting line through that corner. And his middle sector, half a second up on Norris. He's probably going to end this lap, knowing him, close to a second quicker than Norris. As Pierre Gasly has just gone up to 10th place. And here comes Max Verstappen. How quick will it be from the home driver? And it is, 9/10 of a second quicker, a 1:22.7, which is around about what I thought the best time in this session would be on intermediate tyres. Still, though, time to improve for others out there, so we might get into the 121s, which I said was probably the absolute quickest that is possible, given that it's practice 3. As with Leclerc, replay of what happened to him, and once again locked the inside front, and then both front tyres, thankfully, did not hit the barriers. It was very close, as Ocon is out there. Probably got a new front wing on now. Let's see what he can do, as Alex Albon has improved his lap time, but has stayed in 7th. George Russell is up to 4th now. Valtteri Bottas has just popped up to 6th place. Pierre Gasly now goes up to P7. And then you've got now Carlos Sainz up to 7th place. And then Lewis Hamilton is in 11th, with Hulkenberg in P12. And then Stroll, Sargent, Tsunoda. Tsunoda actually now up to P12. And then you got, Sargent 15th, Leclerc 16th, and then Lawson, Joe, Ocon, and Magnussen at the very back, of course. Russell now up to 2nd, and went only slightly slower than Max on that lap, as Oscar Piastri now goes up to 3rd with a lap that's not great, but it's decent enough, as Logan Sargent goes up to P11. Sergio Perez up to 4th. Leclerc has just gone up to 6th. As who else have we got improving? We've got Pierre Gasly now up to P6. As Lando Norris on a better lap, I think, but it's not as good as it could be, as Max is on a much better lap. He's done 2 purple sectors once again. Here comes Lando Norris to the line. Or no, Max Verstappen to the line, and goes 1.1 seconds quicker onto a 1:21.6. And surely there is no beating that in the final 2.5 minutes. So Max Verstappen quickest on a 1:21.6. And then it's Russell, Piastri, Perez, Norris, Gasly, Sainz, Leclerc, Bottas, and now Tsunoda completing the top 10. And then it's Alonso, Albon, Sargent, Hulkenberg, and then Hamilton, Stroll, Ocon, Lawson, Zhou, Magnussen. Of course, Zhou and Magnussen are, out of the session, given they stopped on track. Lewis Hamilton, thankfully, is on a better lap. We've not seen really much of him in this session. And as Hulkenberg goes up to 11th, Alex Albon is now up to 7th place. Here comes Lewis Hamilton, who goes up to 5th. Quite a bit slower, though, than his teammate. 0.8 of a second slower, to be exact. So Hamilton in P5, as Lando Norris goes up to 3rd. Still not a great lap, though. One of the sectors he did was not a personal best, as George Russell was on a better lap. Liam Lawson, by the way, back out there, thankfully. As Yuki Tsunoda now goes up to 6th place. Russell now does a 1:22.0, which is about 4.5 tenths away, or 4 tenths per second away from Verstappen. Alonso goes up to P12. Leclerc currently in 11th. We'll see where he goes in a moment, as he's about to complete what is probably a better lap. And here he comes, and goes up to 3rd on a 1:23.0, as Oscar Piastri now goes 3rd for McLaren. So it's Verstappen, Russell, Piastri, Leclerc, Norris, your top 5. Max Verstappen's done a purple first sector, not done a personal best middle, as he's gone off through the middle of turn 11 and 12, gone across the escape road, and that lap is over and done with, as so is pretty much the session. There is still further laps to be set. Of course, if drivers did start their final lap before the checkered flag came out, they can still finish them, as Valtteri Bottas goes up to 4th. Pierre Gasly up to 7th place. And then we've got Carlos Sainz up to P9. Fernando Alonso ends the session in 3rd. So there you go. Alonso up to 3rd. Piastri on a final lap. It's maybe an improved lap. We'll have to see. Sergio Perez on a much better lap as well. Here comes Piastri to the line. And he only goes slightly slower by about half a tenth. But good effort from Piastri in this session to actually end up quicker than his teammate by a quarter of a second. As we've got Alex Albon, who has just gone all the way, even in the wet, up to P4. As Sergio Perez now goes 3rd for Red Bull. Good end to the session for him. And Lewis Hamilton goes up to P5. And still need to see what the running order is. They're just showing a replay of Verstappen going off on the broadcast quickly, and they're now showing a replay of Russell probably having a moment at the exit of turn 13. Yeah, just slightly losing the rear end. I don't get why we're seeing a replay of that. That was a nothing moment from George Russell. Yeah, I have no idea why they bothered showing that. And then Leclerc, does he lock up again? Yes, he does, and goes across the, has to go to the escape road, and Leclerc saying on the radio, basically, for fuck's sake, the first corner is so bad. Yeah, so many times he's gone off at the first corner. So, and he did actually have issues at turn 1 yesterday, where on one of his push laps in the dry, he went deep. But let me go through the final finishing order of practice 3. The final practice session before qualifying. It is Max Verstappen quickest, from Russell 2nd, Perez 3rd, Alonso 4th, Hamilton 5th, Albon 6th, and then Piastri, Bottas, Leclerc and Norris complete the top 10. And then outside of the top 10, Gasly, Sainz, Tsunoda, and then Sargent, Hulkenberg, Ocon. And then the final 4 positions, Stroll, Lawson, Zhou, and Magnussen. So that's your order, again, for practice 3. And qualifying gets underway in 2.5 hours' time. Of course, the next thing we're going to be going on to in a moment, or in a few moments rather, will be the F2 sprint race, which, given the track conditions, are still not totally dry. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in the F2 race. And by the looks of it, there is rain in the area still. You never know what could happen in that sprint race. But let me, before we go any further into this stream, let me just quickly change the title of the stream to, of course, qualifying Watchalong. And not yet, but soon enough I will repost the link of the stream out to get some more people coming here for the F2 sprint, and then later, of course, qualifying. One thing I will do, though, is get up on screen soon, and I'll start doing it now, the lap times from that session, just so you guys can get a good visual of, you know, what the gaps were throughout the field. So let me just quickly on my end get up the live timing. So Max Verstappen His fastest lap was a 1:21. 1:21.631. It was for Max Verstappen. And hold on a sec. Just needed to sign in to my account on Formula1.com. Yeah, Max Verstappen, quickest on a 1:21.631. And George Russell just under 0.4 of a second behind. Russell had a good session there. Hope he can build on that and have a good quali, which he hasn't had many of, really, in the last, 2-3 months. Sergio Perez in third was a full second, officially, exactly a full second off in third. And then Alonso was only 0.003 of a second slower than Perez. And then you had Lewis Hamilton in P5, who still, even though P5 is not, bad going into qualifying for him to be, 6/10, 8/10 of, well, not 6, not 8/10, sorry, 6, nearly 7/10 of a second, or pretty much, 7/10 of a second, slower than his teammate there in wet conditions is quite surprising, put it that way. Not something you would expect from someone of Lewis Hamilton's talent. And, of course, he has been brilliant this season. Oscar Piastri had a good session. Did well to be 1/4 of a second quicker than his teammate, given his lack of experience around this circuit compared to his superstar teammate. Valtteri Bottas had a good weekend. Looks really good here. And, we'll see if we can carry this through to qualifying. And Alfa Romeo, I think they're another team that maybe could cause a surprise. I did have a very good feeling about them coming into the weekend, because this track is, in certain areas, similar to Hungary. Of course, in Hungary, they got both cars into the top 7 of the grid in the dry. So there is absolutely potential there for a good result. Maybe not as good as that, but yeah, there's definitely potential there. Lando Norris ended up in P10. Didn't have too many great laps to end the session, but overall looked quick. Gasly didn't look as quick as I would have expected in the wet, but yeah, he should still be a decent contender in the midfield. Both Ferrari drivers, got to say, Leclerc 9th and Sainz 12th, both of them struggled a lot in that session. And from what I could see, it was really the car, because they're definitely talented enough to not struggle that much, because of their own issues. Of course, at the end of the day, it is a driver error, but the car definitely, and its level of downforce and the feeling it's given the drivers is not helping. I did hear, by the way, if you're a Ferrari fan, did hear some very positive news from Enrico Cardile, not sure how to pronounce his last name. One of the top engineers at the Ferrari team, who came out and said that next year's Ferrari car will be a complete redesign on this year's, because he basically came out and said the reason we've not been that good this season is because fundamentally the design of this year's car is the problem behind, why we've been so slow. That's basically what he said, which is what I've been saying since the start of the season. Of course, this year's car is still, still has Binotto's really name to it, because it was his, ideas really that went towards the, what ended up being the 2023 Ferrari car. And clearly, it didn't work. So, it'd be interesting to see how that redesign will go for them next season. And let's hope they are much better like the Mercedes team we hope will be. Bit surprised as well that Yuki Tsunoda wasn't better in that session. Only 13th. I would have thought the AlphaTauri car, given it was so quick in the middle sector in the dry yesterday in practice too, would have expected them to be a bit better than 13th, given obviously it was wet. And then obviously Johan Magnussen ended up crashing pretty much out of the session. But let me just adjust the position quickly, and there you go. So those are the gaps throughout the field. Max Verstappen again quickest on a 1:21.631. And to be honest, given we do tend to see bigger gaps in the wet because, I mean, that's just what we tend to see. As to why that is, you can let me know why you think that is. The gap's actually not as big as I would have expected through that session. Of course, it being a shorter track definitely does help that. But yeah, that was an interesting session. Not a super interesting session. And if it is a dry qualifying, which it looks like it probably will be, then I'm not sure we have, I'm not sure we've learnt that much, to be honest, going into qualifying about how they're really going to be getting on later. Of course, I've, gone for my, full top 10 prediction that I showed on stream last night in my qualifying preview. By the way, if you want to check out my qualifying preview, link below in the description. And of course, my prediction that I did last night, based on really the pace we've seen from the team so far, and is also based on if it is a dry qualifying session, which again, it most likely will be. But yeah, the plan now is to, not this very second, but soon enough, we're going to start looking forward to the Formula 2 sprint race, which gets underway in, I think, half an hour, or just over half an hour's time. And it should be a pretty exciting one, given the track conditions, the weather conditions as well. Plus, with who is starting on pole position for the sprint after having a poor qualifying, it is a very important sprint race for the championship. Very, very important sprint race. So, yeah, this is going to be something quite good, I feel, in the Formula 2. But, yeah, those are all the gaps throughout the field. And let me now come back to this, and I'll just replace the text there and get the countdown running on the screen, as we have got we've got 31 minutes, I think, until the F2 sprint race. So there you go. That's the next thing, of course, on the menu for us. But before we get into that, we'll start properly getting into that in, say, 15-20 minutes from now. Obviously, if you guys, if you want to let me know what you thought of practice 3 and what your thoughts are at the minute going into qualifying, which again, qualifying will be in just over 2 hours' time, then yeah, let me know your thoughts, and I will read out your comments in the chat for the next few minutes or so, as of course we wait until the F2 sprint race. At the minute at Zandvoort, it is still dry, bit blustery. The weather is very reminiscent of the type of weather you get in Europe in like October, to be honest, or even in times in April. It's a very autumn or even spring type weather. Of course, we are pretty much coming to the end of summer. Yeah, let's have a look to see what you guys have to say in the chat. Hey to Nib, by the way, and Rook. Good to see you both. And they're saying Ferrari building a fundamentally bad car. Imagine our shock. True. Al says it's funny. None of the cars are bad. If you drove the Alpha, you'd be amazed. Some are a bit faster than others. And let me see if I can find any other comments from earlier in the stream. See if I've missed any. Miss Marquis said earlier, rip Daniel Ricciardo's career. Bit early to say that, of course. But yeah, it's not great, is it? Given that he's got his second audition for a Red Bull seat, and obviously that, does scupper his chances. But I mean, realistically, the chances of Liam Lawson coming in and putting in a performance that is going to force Red Bull to change their mind on Daniel Ricciardo, the chances are pretty low, because the AlphaTauri car most of the time is the worst car out there. And plus, I mean, this weekend they've got a decent chance of a good result, but because Lawson is only just coming into the car now, his chances are not great at him accomplishing that. And then next week at Monza, if he's still in the car, which he most likely will be, that weekend, AlphaTauri are going to be terrible. They're going to be pretty clearly the slowest team because their car is just not suited to power tracks. So, as long as Ricciardo can come back for Singapore, then I think he'll be fine. And let's hope he's no worse when he comes back. And like I said, he's probably going to have an operation either over the weekend or on Monday. Just trying to see on Twitter if there's any news at the minute I can bring you guys. Can't see anything in particular at the minute. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't that eventful of a practice session. So, yeah. No, can't see anything, really. So, yeah. If you've got any questions or comments you want to post, make sure to post them in the chat. Of course, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 27 likes. Let's try and get over 30 if we can by the time we get into this F2 sprint race in 25 minutes time, basically. But let me see what you guys are saying. McLaren from race. Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez for the top three. I predict a red flag, he says, every session of quali. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's sadly quite likely. Even in the dry, we've had plenty of red flags here. So I think the first year we came back here in 2021, we had a red flag in Q1 and Q2. I think the one in Q2 was quite long, because it was for quite a big crash from Nicholas Latifi. And Nib saying in chat, I'll be hopeless tomorrow, Chaz. I won't have watched a single second until lights out tomorrow, LeMayo. I mean, to be honest, given... obviously you've watched, what's happened in the previous few races leading up to this, so I think that's enough knowledge, to be honest. I don't think we really have seen anything so far to suggest that anything's that different from what was happening before the summer break. The only things from yesterday that looked a bit interesting was, Williams looking super quick, which was surprising. AlphaTauri looked pretty quick as well. Aston Martin, we don't really know officially where they are because they've got a new floor on their car. And they've brought the biggest upgrade by far this weekend's race. So yeah, I mean, going into qualifying, really, the usual suspects you would suspect would be in the positions they normally are in. Of course, Red Bull on pole. McLaren should be very strong. Mercedes should be strong to a certain extent. Ferrari might bang in a good lap. Aston Martin are still lagging behind where they were earlier in the season. And then you've got the midfield and, who knows what surprises they have in store. And Nib saying Ange ball clear of this nonsense. True. Let me see if I can find anything on Twitter. Any new news? And no, can't see. Oh, can't see anything at all. Keith first says Verstappen will get pole, then Perez and Hamilton third. I'd be very surprised if it was a Red Bull 1-2. Sergio has always been pretty slow around this track. He couldn't even get out of Q1 in 2021. And then last year, qualified 5th, but ended up 0.7 of a second slower than Max, which around such a short lap like this is a monumental amount of lap time. I mean, around a longer version of this track, Perez would probably end up about like 1.2, 1.3 seconds slower. Clearly just doesn't get on with what this track's about. Thankfully, though, for him, the next Grand Prix, Monza, he's always been very competitive there. Of course, had a podium there. Sauber, many great consistent results for Force India. And wasn't on the podium last year, but that was only really because of a grid penalty. It was maybe close to a podium in 2021, but I think had a penalty for an illegal overtake, if I remember correctly. But yeah, normally Perez at Monza is pretty good, considering, whatever car he's driving. And then with Lewis Hamilton, yeah, he's been pretty good here at Zandvoort since we started racing here again. Yeah, in 2021, actually, I thought Hamilton's performance in that race weekend was really good. He was very close to Max in qualifying. And then in the race, I thought gave Max a pretty good fight, even though they never came to blows on track. And then obviously last year, if things had been a bit, if things had gone a bit more Hamilton's way and he'd been a bit more fortunate, Lewis could have won last year's race. So he is something, or a driver to watch out around this track, no doubt about that. And Nib saying, got to head off to watch the Aussie 30, no problem. And yeah, qualifying later. As he says, he'll pop back later. Yeah, qualifying should be, as I said coming into the weekend, it should be the highlight of the weekend, unless we get, a wet, dry classic tomorrow, which, I mean, is possible. You never know. But realistically, I don't think this track can produce a great race. It's just too tight of a racetrack. And these cars are too big. They're too wide, too heavy. And they just don't work well enough for proper wheel-to-wheel racing around this circuit. And in terms of a quality race, rather than an exciting qualifying session, I think you're more likely to get a quality race next week at Monza. But even at Monza, I don't think we're going to get that good of a race there, because I mean, most Italian Grand Prix in the last 10 years have been pretty average, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not expecting really anything that special next week either. I think I said on Thursday, the next race on the calendar where I think something could, or something, where we could get, say, a great race, probably Suzuka. I think given the way these cars are and how they follow each other, and given how close the field are behind Red Bull, I think the Japanese Grand Prix, if it's dry, I think we could get a great race there, but we'll see. But yeah, I'd be surprised if we got a great race before then. Of course, Singapore, it's all about qualifying around that track. Heathrow in the chat saying I want Malaysia back, even Indianapolis. Yeah, it'd be great to have Malaysia back, but unfortunately, the government, I don't think can fund it properly. But I think Malaysia will come back onto the calendar at some point because there's clearly a hunger for Formula One in that country, and I think people in Malaysia probably do want Formula One to come back, but again, just funding issues really. And if you look at it from a commercial point of view, of course, we don't like to talk about the commercial point of view too much when it comes to what races should be on the calendar. But if you look at the calendar at the moment, you've got, quite a few races in North America. You've got 1 in Canada and 3 in the United States, and then 1 in Mexico. So that's 5 races in North America. You've got 4 races in the Middle East. So the Middle East and North America, outside of Europe, which is, the main beating heart of Formula One, you've got plenty of races, and they are doing very well in those places. But at the minute, and I know COVID, is a big reason for this, but the Asian market has really suffered, I think, for Formula One in the last few years. Again, COVID a big part to do with that, but especially in the last year or so, and we've not had that many races in Asia. Obviously, Japan was back on the calendar last year, the first time since 2019. China still isn't on the calendar. That'll be back on the calendar next year in April. So, from a commercial point of view, F1 definitely wants to tap back into that market. And of course, remember, before COVID, there was going to be a Vietnam Grand Prix in, I think, early April of 2020. It was going to be the 3rd race of the season. Then COVID happened, and then the promoter ended up getting arrested, I think, for corruption or something like that. So that's why that Grand Prix is now dead in the water. But yeah, from a commercial standpoint, definitely they want to get back into Asia. And given that, Japan and China, those are 2 races, of course, that are going to be on the calendar for quite a while. Ideally, I think they'd want one more race in Asia. Of course, Australia, doesn't. I mean, it's kind of on similar time with Asia, but it's not Asia. It's Oceania. So they're just out on their own. Plus, Australia's so far away from everybody else. They're basically on Mars over there. Yeah, from a commercial point of view, ideally for F1, if they can get another race in Asia, I think that would probably be best for them. That extra race in Asia, though, where it comes from, who knows? Maybe another race in Japan. There are other racetracks in Japan, as we know. The Fuji Speedway. Is it Motegi? Another track. We had Aida back in the day that hosted the Pacific Grand Prix. That track wasn't actually that bad, that hosted that race. If you go look at the track, it's actually a pretty good circuit. Had a nice flow to it, and there was definitely some places around the track where you could overtake. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But in terms of the F1 calendar, next year is going to be a lot more of a hectic start to the season than what we had this year, where this year we had the first 3 races and then a 4-week break in between Australia and Azerbaijan from the start of April to the end of April, where next year we've got Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Australia in March, and then Japan and China in April. And we got another one as well in April. I can't remember exactly if we do. I know Baku has been moved until mid-September for next year. But yeah, from the start of March until the middle of April, we've got 5 races, when this year we only had 3 from the start of March until the middle of April. So yeah, next year is going to be quite a hectic start. And of course, Japan moving from, you know, October, September when it normally is to April is a big shift, because it's always been around September, October time. So yeah, be interesting to see how that plays out and whether the event ends up being better for that. And I think a big reason why they've done that is to not, you know, once they're in that part of the world, to make sure that they get through all of the Asian races at once. But also, and I will admit, my knowledge of, you know, weather in that part of the world is not great, but might be a better time to host races in Japan at that time, because of because, you know, for the Japanese Grand Prix, sometimes we do get, you know, hurricanes and typhoons and, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, we will see. McLaren from races, they could do one in Thailand. The MotoGP circuit is plausible with funding. I don't know how long they've been doing that Thailand Grand Prix in MotoGP. I wasn't actually sure if there was one. Let me just quickly look. And, well, the Thailand Grand Prix on the MotoGP calendar is at the end of October. They've still got Malaysia on their calendar, which is in November at Sepang. Let me just have a look at the circuit quick. Not sure I would... I'm not sure I'd like to see an F1 race around that track. It looks a bit too bland. There's not really any interesting corners around that circuit, to be honest. But, I don't know, maybe, you know, if they can build another track that would be more suiting to a more exciting Grand Prix, then, yeah, why not? But, right, we've got 11 minutes to go, guys, until the F2 sprint race begins at Zandvoort. So what I am going to do quickly is just post the link out for the stream a couple times, and then we will get into this sprint race, and I'll go through the results from qualifying yesterday and get into your starting grid, and also get into the F2 Drivers' Championship standings, which, again, very important to go through that, given we've only got 3 races left and it is looking quite tight in the standings. Come join us here to watch along a wet F2 sprint at Zandvoort. And I'll just, post that on my community tab and just quickly do it on Twitter as well. And then we'll get into it. As conditions still look dry for me or not dry, but it doesn't look like it's raining anymore, so chances are it'll be mostly dry for the F2 sprint race. Come down here to watch along a potentially wet and crucial F2 sprint at Zandvoort. So let me just quickly do this. And there you go. So that's all dealt with. And now let's get into this F2 sprint race coming up. Let me actually quickly, before we do that, just want to check officially how many laps the F2 sprint is. Probably 20 something laps. Let me just have a look. And 29 laps. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot for a sprint race. And then tomorrow, 40 laps for the feature race. I can't remember it being that many laps, but I mean, it is a short lap, so yeah, there you go. 29 laps it'll be for the sprint race. Let me just hide this timer and let's get into it. So we'll start with the qualifying results from the F2 qualifying session yesterday. Jack Crawford ended up getting pole position. He actually did his pole lap a bit earlier in the session than normal and ended up still securing a brilliant pole position for the high-tech team. Dennis Hauger, good to see him having a good qualifying for once, because normally he has good races, but it's just too far back on the grid. It's just good to see him up on the front row for the feature race. Of course, this top 10 will be reversed for the sprint race. Frederick Vesti up in P3. Of course, that is vital for the feature race, but with Théo Pourchaire, his main championship rival, qualifying P10, which is not great, but of course does see him on pole for the sprint race. It's definitely going to be a very tight weekend between those two, and it's going to be decided by very fine margins and very important, say, team decisions such as strategy, stuff like that. And then you've got Zane Maloney in P4. Jack Doohan in 5th. Doohan has really come back to his best form. He won the F2, I think, feature race at Spa. Was lucky to win because of a well-timed safety car, but did dominate the feature race in Hungary. So Doohan is, back to his best, really, like he was this time last year. Oliver Behrman in 6th. His pace looks okay. Juan Manuel Correa had a brilliant qualifying for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team. That's why I've shortened their name to VAR, which I know stands for something else in the world of sport. But yeah, Correa, brilliant result from him, because normally he is outside of the top 10. Victor Martins, pretty poor from him, only 8th, but at least for the sprint, he's in a good position. Isaac Hadjar in 9th for high tech. And then, Théo Pourchaire, who is now leading the F2 Championship in P10. And because he is so far back for the grid for the feature race compared to Frederick Vesti, he has to win the sprint race today to limit the damage. Because if he doesn't have a great feature race tomorrow, then at least if he wins the sprint race and Vesti, who is starting in 8th for the sprint, if Vesti doesn't have a great sprint, then at least he won't lose potentially as many points as he could do if, say, he doesn't win the sprint, or if, Vesti ends up having quite a good weekend. So it is crucial that Théo Pourchaire wins the sprint race coming up in about 5 minutes' time. So the top 10 on the grid for the sprint will be Théo Pourchaire on pole, Hadjar 2nd, Martins 3rd, Correa 4th, Behrman 5th, Doohan 6th, Maloney 7th, Vesti 8th, Hauger 9th, and Crawford in P10. And quickly, before we get into the F2 sprint, let's look at the Drivers' Championship. So with 3 races to go, 3 race weekends to go, I should say. given we have 2 races per race weekend in F2. Théo Pourchaire, 12 points clear only of Frédéric Vesti, and that's what I mean. It's so close that Théo has to win the sprint to limit the damage so that Vesti doesn't get back into the lead of the championship. Ayumu Iwasa, who I think had a very poor qualifying, if I remember correctly. 34 points behind. It's going to take something special, I think, for Iwasa to win the F2 championship. But maybe if he can pull out a couple good results here or there, and one of Pourchaire or Vesti has a poor end to the season, maybe Iwasa can climb up to second. But I'd be very surprised if he actually won the F2 championship. Jack Doohan has really shot up in the standings. He was down in, I think, 7th or 8th last time we covered F2 back at Silverstone. Now up to 4th and only 4 points behind Iwasa. Martins as well has really started becoming consistent, most importantly with his results, and that's why he's been one of the best drivers in the F2 field in the last 3-4 race weekends. Oliver Bearman in 6th. He's doing all right, Bearman, at the minute, but given how young he is, I think, he hasn't quite fully realised his potential as Oliver Bearman. But it's still doing very well considering how young he is and given that it is, his first year in Formula 2. Enzo Fittipaldi, who did win, I think, the sprint race in either Hungary or Spa. Can't remember exactly where it is. He has had, I think, actually a pretty good season and has put himself definitely in the conversation for a good seat. Not in Formula 1, of course, because he's definitely not good enough for that, but he's put himself in the conversation for maybe a good seat in WEC, maybe even IndyCar in the future. He's had a good season, and I think he has surprised people as Enzo. But definitely, he's not in a position to even be thinking about Formula 1. Richard Verschoor is in 8th. Of course, he brilliantly won that Austrian feature race nearly 2 months ago. Dennis Hauger just behind in 9th, and then Zane Maloney in P10. But, I mean, points-wise, really, it's between the Drivers' Championship. It's between Pourchaire, Vesti, Iwasa, Doohan, and Martins. Bearman, whilst having, I think, officially still a chance, I don't see him catching up 66 points on Pourchaire. And I think given Doohan and Martins' form as of late, I think they've definitely got a chance of winning the F2 title. But realistically, given that, they still have a deficit, Théo on 168 points and, Doohan 38 points behind and Martins 48 points behind. Yeah, realistically, given we've only got 3 race weekends left, it's going to take something quite special for them to win the F2 championship. But it is still possible, even for Ayumu Iwasa as well. That's the F2 championship standings. Let's now get into this sprint race. Let me just get rid of that stuff and get up the F2 order and switch to these pictures of the F2 cars. And let me just get the lap counter set up. So yeah, 29 lap race. And like I said, it is absolutely crucial for Théo Pourchaire to win this sprint if he's going to win the F2 championship. If he doesn't win and Vesti ends up having a good day today and tomorrow compared to Pourchaire, then it's going to make things pretty tricky. As you can see outside of the top 10, we've got Kushmaini in P11 and then Iwasa in 12th, Novalak, Boschung, Deruvala, Arthur Leclerc, Richard Verschoor, who had a 3-place penalty from qualifying, and then Cordial, Enzo Fittipaldi, very poor session for him, and then Roman Stanek in 20th, and I can't remember who is in the final 2 positions. I've actually just looked. Iwasa is not starting in P12. He's actually starting in 16th because of a penalty. So Iwasa, I'll have to correct that quickly. I will let you know, though, quickly who is starting outside of the top 20. It is, in 21st, Roy Nissany. And in 22nd, Joshua Mason. No Brad Benavides. A new driver on the Formula 2 grid. Right, so yeah. Novalak is in 12th. It is started raining again, by the way. And they've just said on the broadcast that the formation lap is delayed until about 8 minutes from now because of the sudden change in the weather. So, yeah, so Novalak will start 12th, and then it'll be Boschung 13th. Daruvala in 14th, who has had a disappointing year, really, in the MP Motorsport car. And then Arthur Leclerc is 15th, and then 16th is Ayumu Iwasa, who, well, if he has a poor weekend this weekend, then his F2 Championship hopes are dead. Formation lap also, it's just been announced it will be started behind the safety car, and yeah, it is raining pretty hard at Zandvoort. That's not stopping the fans, though, who are chugging back their beer, and a lot of them, you know, look a bit miserable with how the weather is, but a lot of them look, to be honest, be enjoying themselves despite the weather. So yeah, the formation lap will start in 7 minutes' time behind the safety car. And then they'll probably just do, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 laps. And then they'll get underway. And it'll probably just be shortened, the race, to a 25-lap sprint rather than a 29-lap sprint. As Théo Pourchaire is in the pit lane and is having work done to his car on his right rear wheel there. And let me just quickly see if no, because he's in the pit lane at the minute. Is that a problem? And will Théo and will Théo not start from pole? Because, of course, if he doesn't, that is absolutely crucial to this race as well. They're showing Martins as starting from 3rd, so I'll let you guys know what happens with that. Yeah, work going on the ART of Théo Pourchaire. Just trying to see if there's any news on Twitter that could point to, you know, a possible different position start for Théo. Hello to Vinster, by the way. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, this is the F2 sprint, which is hopefully going to start in the next 5 minutes. And yeah, formation lap will be behind the safety car. So yeah, we'll see what goes down soon enough as the rain continues to fall. And even though, of course, I try and, well, I do remain objective with my analysis and what do you call it, as Théo still in the pit lane. And yeah, I've not seen any official word on what is going to be happening with Théo, because he's in the pit lane and I'm not sure how he can lead this race away, because he's in the pit lane and the safety car is sat on the grid, and there's no way Théo can go back around and then, you know, go through the middle of the grid and take up pole position. So I think Théo, guys, Teo Pourchaire might be in big trouble here, as they're still working on the rear of his car. But again, I will give you further updates when I can see on the broadcast. Yeah, obviously I do remain objective, basically all the time. But I will admit, I do want Teo Pourchaire to win the title because I do like the guy in terms of him as a driver. I really do think he is good enough to be in Formula One. And I think he absolutely deserves a chance. With Joe and Sargent, if they deserve a chance in Formula One, why doesn't Teo Pourchaire? Given that he's younger than both of them and has proven to be better than both of them. So, yeah. I will admit, I wouldn't say I'm biased towards Teo. If he ultimately loses the title because of his own driving, I will criticize him. But I do want to see him on the grid because I think, looking at the current F2 field, I wouldn't say he's the biggest talent necessarily. Because we've got, Oliver Behrman, who's a brilliant talent. We've got Victor Martins as well, who is a very underrated driver, not talked about enough, given that he did win the F3 championship last season. Yeah, I just think, he absolutely deserves his chance. Yeah, looking at the grid, guys, it appears Teo Pourchaire, unless the FIA are going to let him come back around and take up P1, it looks like Teo is going to start this sprint race from the very back of the field. Again, I have not got official confirmation on that because they're still showing Teo as being the man on pole. But the formation lap is about to start in the next 45 seconds or so. So, they're still showing Jack Crawford as starting 10th, which he would if Teo was on pole. But if Teo will be starting from the back, then Crawford actually will start from 9th, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, we will see what happens with Teo Pourchaire and whether bad luck has struck him once again. It is great, though, for his teammate, Victor Martins, who, of course, is still in the title fight. And if Pourchaire does have to start from the back, that means Martins will start from second and then has Isaac Hadjar only ahead of him, who he is better than. So that is great for Martins. And there you go, formation lap now begun. And Isaac Hadjar now leads the pack away. And Teo Pourchaire can't see his car at the exit of the pit lane. There you go. Now coming to the exit pit line and the red light is on. So Teo Pourchaire will start from the very back of the field. Such bad luck for him. A car issue has come up late on and it's forced him into a very difficult position now, given that Vesti will now start 7th in this sprint. And then tomorrow, Vesti starts 3rd with Pourchaire in 10th. So let me, as now Pourchaire exits the pit lane, let me now just do the order for the for this F2 sprint. So the top 3 will be Hadjar, or is Hadjar, Martins, and Correa. And then it's Behrman in 4th. Jack Doohan, he's got a good chance today, given Pourchaire's at the back. He's in 5th. And then you've got Maloney in 6th. Frederick Vesti in 7th. And then Dennis Hauger is in 8th. Jack Crawford is in 9th. And then Kush Miney is in 10th. And then you've got Novalak in P11. P12 will be Ralph Boschung, as they're just coming up to the end of this formation lap. I'm not sure the race is going to start yet, though. No, they're going to do another lap. So the formation lap still is going on. So yeah, Boschung will be 12th. And then Daruvala in 13th. And then Arthur Leclerc, of course, Charles Leclerc, his younger brother, in 14th place. Ayumu Iwasa up to 15th. Richard Verschaw is in 16th. Amari Cordial is 17th. And then 18th is Enzo Fittipaldi, with Roman Stanek in 19th. And then Roy Nissany is 20th, and then 21st is Joshua Mason, and then 22nd will be Teo Pourchaire. And he's got a lot of work to do, as a safety car will enter the pits at the end of this lap, and it will be a rolling start. So it should be, given we've had an extra formation lap, it should be a 28 lap sprint race. So yeah, I will just quickly change the lap counter, as the field just coming through the middle sector. And it will be the high-tech driver of Isaac Hadjar who will be leading the pack away. Just like tomorrow in the feature race, his teammate Jack Crawford will be leading the pack away. This could be a very special weekend for the high-tech team. Will it get off to a great start in these two races? As Martins, like I said, big chance for him. Now with Pourchaire, his teammate, at the back, and Vesti a bit lower down in the field, try and get after the championship leaders and give himself an opportunity of winning this year's F2 World title. As Isaac Hadjar still holding the pack up through turn 40 in the final corner. He's backing up quite a bit. Doesn't want to back up too much, because you can cause a big accident here. We did actually see that last year in this F2 race. And there you go. Hadjar has got underway, and we are underway here for the sprint race. Martins nowhere near able to have a look, as Behrman goes up the inside of Juan Manuel Correa. There's a Red Bull livery car in the background going wide. Correa, I think, might have been passed by someone else. Not sure. No, he hasn't. He does still have, though, I think, Maloney, who's had a great start, passing Jack Doohan. Very close behind him. But it is Hadjar, Martins, and then Behrman in third. Also, great chance this race for Behrman. And we know in the wet that, the most talented drivers can show their quality, as car number 9 there, Jack Crawford in the other. Oh, that is a massive crash, and that is a safety car. That's a 3-car pile-up, and there's one car sat on top of another. That is a very bad accident. Don't think it's going to be resulting in any injuries or anything like that, thankfully. But that is a bad accident. I did just look away from the screen, so I didn't quite see how that developed. But it is still lap 1, and the safety car is out. So it is, Hadjar, Martins, Behrman, Correa, Maloney, Doohan, and then Vesti in 7th. Novalak, brilliant start. He's up to 8th place. And then it says Jack Crawford's in 9th, so maybe they got that graphic wrong. And then you've got Dennis Hauger in P10, as we're now on lap 2 out of 28. And it says Crawford is out of the race, and now he is dropping down the field. And the other two cars is actually the other two, or the car sat on the other one. It's the two Campos racing cars, Ralph Boschung and Kushmini. Those are the two drivers that have had a big accident by the looks of it. And by the looks of it, I think both drivers are okay. I thought I just saw both drivers walking away with each other, but there is a couple of the medical cars there. So I think might be precautionary. And yeah, both drivers are fine. Yeah, they're just walking with each other. And there's Crawford on the other side of the fence. Yeah, both drivers are absolutely fine, thankfully. So, on lap 2 of 28, your top 10 is Hadjar, Martins, Behrman, Correa, Maloney, Doohan, Vesti, Novalak, Crawford, and Hauger. And then in P11 is Arthur Leclerc, who's had a great start. So we're just seeing a replay of the start. Behrman, brilliant start down the inside of Correa. And yeah, Jack Crawford, a pretty poor start. He ran a bit too wide at turn 1. And just, yeah, a lot of cars mugged him off down the inside. And then a couple cars in the background on the exit of turn 3 side by side, but still can't see anything developing. And there you go. It's a Campos has taken Crawford off. He's spun him out on the entry to turn 7. And then after that, I mean, we can't see anything because of the spray. Yeah, contact between the Campos and the High-Tech. And then, as the Campos comes back onto track, the other Campos of Boschung, it probably is, hits Miney. Miney goes up in the air and then lands on the roll hoop of his teammate. And yeah, the two drivers just, or one of them checking if his teammate is okay, and one of the drivers there limping as a red flag. To be honest, I'm not really surprised. I thought they would have thrown it out a bit earlier because there is quite a bit there to clear away with the two cars, you know, sat on top of each other, plus Crawford's car there as well. Yeah, red flag. Now lap 3 out of 28. And, right, so we've got outside of the top 10, Arthur Leclerc, and then Richard Verschoor in 12th. Ayumu Wasa in 13th. Roman Stanek is in 14th. And then you've got Fittipaldi in 15th. As all the cars have now lined up in the pit lane. And then, yeah, Amaury Cordial is in 16th place, with the final 3 cars on the track being Nissani, Mason, and Pourchaire. And then your 3 retirements are Crawford, Boschung, and Miney. Let me just update that. And I'll put Crawford in 20th because I think his car ended up a bit further along than the 2 Campos racing cars. There you go. That's your 20, and there's only 19 cars still in the race as we have a red flag for that incident. Thankfully, the drivers are okay. No serious injuries. One of them was limping. So, hopefully it's not too bad of an injury, whatever he sustained. Probably just an impact injury from the, from the crash itself. But he looks okay, really, I would say. And to be honest, with this red flag, the FIA, I don't think will want this red flag to go on too long because the F1 qualifying session is supposed to start in an hour and 25 minutes. So, really, they want to be getting the race, considering we're on lap 3 out of 28, as race control have said that they've noted the incident with Crawford, Miney, and Boschung for causing a collision. And I think the Campos racing car that spun Crawford out, which I think was Miney, I think he'll probably get a penalty of some sort for that. Probably a grid penalty for tomorrow. Obviously with the red flag now, there's going to be a delay. But given that it is local time, 25 to 2, I don't think they want to be starting this sprint race back up again any later than, say, 2 p.m. local time. Because, again, if this race overruns to the point where it finishes right before qualifying is supposed to start, then the F1 qualifying session is probably going to be delayed. So, ideally, they don't want to do that. Maybe they'll cut some laps off and just shorten the race. Maybe even make it a timed race. We'll see. That is a possibility they can do. Because on the official schedule, it says 29 laps or 45 minutes. Whatever comes first, essentially. So they might just decide to make it, 40 or 45 minute race. So we will see what happens. And I will let you know any updates when I do. And hopefully, in the next 10 minutes, we'll hear when the race will be getting back underway. But yeah, if you guys have got any questions you want to ask, any comments you want to post, go for it. Because, yeah, we've got nothing really to talk about right now. Which is obviously not great. Yeah, there's nothing to talk about, like I said. So make sure to post some questions in the chat, and I'll get to answering them. And of course, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because of course, we don't just cover Formula 1, we cover, as you know, and as you can see, Formula 2 as well. And that barrier might need a slight bit of repairing, as it's a bit more exposed now after that crash, as the 2 Campos cars are now being taken away by the tractors. Yeah, of course we cover Formula 2, not just Formula 1. And if you want to keep up with the comprehensive coverage, then make sure to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And make sure, like I always say, to smash that like button, because obviously that does help grow the channel. And we're currently on 34 likes. Now 35 likes. So if we can try and get in the next hour, maybe not hour, the next 30 to 40 minutes, if we can try and get up to 50 likes, that would be great, which would be another 15 likes in general. The 2 Campos drivers there just having a conversation. which we're seeing on the replay. And even though it was officially a collision between the two Campos drivers, I mean, nobody really was at fault other than the Campos driver that caused the collision with Crawford. As the other Campos driver came along, probably couldn't see where his teammate was and then just piled into him. As Hauger and Daruvala having a chat on the MP Motorsport pit wall. As looks as though we've got some more rain now passing over the circuit. Quite a bit more rain. The worst of the rain, though, does look to have gone. So, yeah, any rain from now on should be lighter in intensity than we've seen so far today. But at the minute, it's dry. Track's not dry, but it is dry out there for the fans. Quite blustery. You'd think they were racing in the UK. That's really how the weather is. It's typical British weather. Windy, on and off rain. It's perfect British weather it is. Of course, it's in Holland. To be fair, Holland is not that much different in certain aspects. The UK. As Correa there having a chat with his engineers. And at the moment, Correa in 4th place. And I think what I'll do is just change the text there and put a red flag, that people joining the stream know that we're having a red flag and not just an eternal 3rd lap of the race. As Behrman there getting some data from his engineer. So, yeah, there you go. Red flag on lap 3. And no word as of yet, unfortunately, as to when we'll be back underway. But given the track conditions are improving, and I think they've just got to do a slight bit of work for the barrier, I can't imagine they'll be spending too long with this red flag. Again, given that qualifying for F1 is, not too far away. Vince in the chat saying, I have hopes for Lewis to qualify top 3. You said it's raining. Can Paul Chair make it to the top 10 in such few laps? Yeah, definitely. He's got the speed. We know he has. He's got the talent. And the ART team, we know, is pretty capable. Not necessarily when it comes to reliability, but it's definitely possible, but unrealistic, I would say. Because in F2, if you have like a poor qualifying, or you get a bit of bad luck like Teo just has, and you have to start way further down than you were going to, it's a lot harder to make progress through the field like it is in Formula 1 for the top drivers, because they're obviously in Formula 1 driving front-running cars. So they can use that advantage to their advantage, no pun intended, to make their way through the field. When in F2, really you just got to use whatever extra talent you have and speed and consistency compared to your rival to make your way through the field. And I mean, yeah, for Pourchaire, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to pass, Mason, Nissani, Cordeal. Who else? Who else have we got there outside of the top 10? Stanek, drivers like that. But, even with Fittipaldi, Iwasa, Verschoor, Leclerc, those are not easy overtakes whatsoever. So, yeah, it is very unrealistic that he's going to come through and end up scoring really any points to be coming away from this sprint happy. The only way he'll be happy is if Frederick Vesti ends up scoring no points, which at the minute, Vesti is scoring points. Not many, but is still scoring points. And of course, Teo leading the championship by 14 points. So every point does matter. As it's just showing a replay of the start. Yeah, Jack Doohan ran a bit wide through turn 1, and that's what allowed Zane Maloney up the inside. And Maloney even had a go at Correa before that crash. And Pourchaire, at the end of the first lap, when the safety car came out, came into the pit lane and just drove straight through. So I don't know if there's some sort of electronic issue with the ART and that's why he did that, or whether he's been given a penalty for some weird reason. I have no idea. But yeah, that was weird to say the least. Yeah, we're still waiting to see when we'll be getting going again. Should hopefully be hearing something in the next 10 minutes. If not, then we're probably going to get either a shortened F2 sprint, or they'll get the rest of the laps in and then delay the start of qualifying. We will see. That's Maloney on the Carlin pit wall. Maloney's had a decent season for a debut year. It's not been as good as Fittipaldi, but again, it's been decent from him, and definitely we've not seen the best from him yet in Formula 2. Dave Bonner says Pourchaire deserves a crack at F1. And then Rowan later on says, or was asking towards Dave, but I'll answer it anyway. Who would you have dropped on the F1 grid to make space for Pourchaire? Well, given that Teo is part of the Sauber Driver Academy, and obviously Alfa Romeo becomes Sauber next year, yeah, I would go with dropping Zhou and putting Teo in there. Is Zhou good enough for Formula 1? I don't think he is, really, to be honest. If he is, then he's, barely good enough, I think. He's very mediocre, I think. And yeah, I think Teo deserves the opportunity, given how impressive his career has been for how young he is. And the clear talent, that is there, compared to Zhou and others that are currently in Formula 1. But yeah, still waiting. Still waiting to see what goes on. Let me just have a look on Twitter. And I can't see what the issue was for Pourchaire, by the way, with his car. The only thing I've seen is that it was a mechanical issue. That's what the Formula 2 official Twitter account posted. I've not seen any official confirmation as to what the actual issue was. And yeah, can't see anything else at the minute. Let me see if there's anything quickly. And no, can't see anything. All right, FIA Race Control have just updated us. The race will resume at 1400 local time, which is in 11 minutes from now. Just over 10 minutes from now. So we'll be back underway. And then if we can get the rest of the race in without a safety car, which is going to be quite difficult to do, then we should be able to get the F1 qualifying session started on time. But if we do get a safety car, might be pushing it a bit close. Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, I'll go through in a moment the field and what the field will be for the restart. Rowan says, Chaz, thank you for your insight. No problem. Tarek says, my opinion, Teo not fast enough. Had 3 seasons in F2, still struggling to beat Vesti, and I think Vesti will win the championship still. I mean, I think, having an issue with his consistency is definitely a valid argument. But I disagree that he's not fast enough. I think he absolutely is fast enough. And I think people do underrate Frederick Vesti. Not saying Vesti's a great driver, but I do think he's a bit better than people give him credit for. Obviously Oliver Behrman, his teammate, is more talented than he is, and probably next season, if Vesti doesn't win the F2 championship, Behrman will probably be better than Vesti next year. But given how talented Behrman is still, for Vesti to be, 50 odd points clear of him, I think is still pretty impressive. So I think Frederick has had a really good season. Of course, is a part of the Mercedes Driver Academy and will actually be doing practice session for Mercedes later this year. I think it's been confirmed that he'll be doing practice 1 in Mexico, which is in 2 months from now, which sounds actually quite close, but it feels to me still quite a long way away. So yeah, I think in terms of this season, I think Vesti having a really surprisingly good season is probably, I think, has made Teo's season look a bit worse than it's actually been. Because I don't think anyone expected Vesti to be as consistently good as he's been. Tarek saying, I only want Behrman and Martins, very talented drivers in F1. Well, in my view, Teo is a very talented driver as well. But I do agree, Behrman and Martins are as well. And like I said a few minutes ago, with Martins, very talented. Of course, he won the F3 title last year, but people still don't talk about him enough. He is, if you look at French drivers outside of Formula 1, in the junior formula, he's the most exciting French talent right now in the junior formula that I can see. So, and he's part of the Alpine Academy. Who knows what's going to happen with Ocon and Gasly past 2024. So, yeah, if Martins next year, say, can win the F2 championship, then I think Martins has got a pretty good chance of being on the grid, Formula 1 grid in 2025. Definitely a better chance than well, not a fellow Frenchman, but a Monegasque driver on the grid, who shares obviously the same last name as Ferrari's number 1, Charles Leclerc, who I saw. There was a clip that went viral during the summer break on Twitter, and it was Matt Gallagher. I think you guys know who Matt Gallagher is. Matt and Tommy YouTube channel, Tom Bellingham, the old guys from WTF1. I think it was an older clip, but Matt was talking about how he thought for 2020, was it 2026? His prediction was Arthur Leclerc to be on the grid, which was just insane because I mean, Leclerc, he's a decent driver for this level, but he's not ever going to be in Formula One. The only reason, to be fair, he's in as good of a team as he is because of his name. Again, he is talented. He's not a terrible driver, but he is not anywhere near good enough to be in Formula One. So, yeah, I thought that was absolute insanity when I saw that, because there are so many drivers in F2 who deserve to be in Formula One ahead of him. You know, Pourchaire, Vesti, Martins, Behrman, Doohan, Wasser. All of those drivers deserve to be in Formula One ahead of him. I have no idea, you know, from a logical standpoint, you know, when looking at his performances, I have no idea why anyone would predict him to be on the grid. But, you know, he has the right last name, which definitely does help in life. As the race will be back underway in about 5 minutes' time. So get ready, guys, for the resumption of hopefully what should be an exciting F2 sprint. As they're just showing the weather radar again, and there is actually a very bad band of rain not too far away from hitting the circuit. So, yeah, the sooner they get underway, the better. And that big band of rain could really affect qualifying later on. As the drivers all getting belted back into their cars. And Correa on the team radio as the rain is once again falling at Zandvoort. The Inn, I think it is, for £10 has sent in a super chat. Thank you very much, mate. It's always good to listen along. Thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it, especially considering I am absolutely fucked. Because, yeah, not had much sleep, and, you know, given we've had this red flag period, I'm absolutely knackered. And I'm still going to be live for another 2.5 hours. So, yeah, let's hope we can properly get into things and not have too many more delays, because, yeah, not sure I'm going to last that long, to be honest, if that's the case. As, yeah, the sprint race should be back underway in the next 90 seconds or so. Rowan, will they reduce the number of laps? Not sure. Probably not. Mickey asks, what do you think about the rule starting on full wets? Isn't going to happen in F1 this race. Hold on. What do you think about the rule starting on full wets isn't going to happen in F1 this race? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that exactly. If you could try and clarify in a bit of a clearer way, that'd be great. Yeah, because I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. The only thing I can guess from what you're asking is that you're asking, what do you think about the rule of them not starting on full wets in F1? Mickey goes on to say they can start on inters if they want. Oh, right. If it's a wet start to the race, they're allowed to start on inters. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. If the track conditions are good enough for intermediate tyres, and the teams want to go for it, then go for it. They should be allowed to. I think the FIA can be a bit OTT with their running of the sport. As the red flag is in, and the race shall now, under the safety car, resume. it is lap 3. And it is the start of lap 3. And we are now... and we are, now... well, not quite yet officially underway, but we will be in a second. Mickey saying they said that if it's a wet start, they can use inters to avoid pit carnage. Well, yeah, you know, if you start the race, I mean, we saw it in the sprint race at Spa, that as the rain, by the way, at Zandvoort, very heavy now, and this race might end up getting red flagged again, as the race now has become a timed race. So let me just update that quickly. It will now be a timed race. And there is at the minute about 21.5 minutes to go. And hold on. Let me just hide that because we're not quite at 21 minutes yet. And 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 21 minutes to go in the sprint. So because they want to get the F1 qualifying session underway, you know, still on time, fingers crossed. That's why they're going to try and start, or, you know, get this sprint race done in the next 20 minutes. So then they can get, again, F1 qualifying underway at a reasonable time. Again, though, with the rain falling as it is, will we actually get going on this, or at the beginning of the next lap? They just said that race control that the safety car will enter the pits and it'll be a rolling start. But yeah, the rain is really falling quite heavily now, so it's really touch and go out there for the drivers. And there are a couple little rivers out there as well, so yeah, I mean, thankfully this track is not the most dangerous in wet conditions. There are a couple corners that can be quite dangerous, but you know, it's not as bad as Spa in the wet, or say Monaco at times, because of the, you know, closeness of the barriers. And now they've officially deployed a safety car. Of course, the safety car was leading the pack away, but I think because of the worsening conditions, they have decided to keep the safety car out on track, which, given the conditions I see right now, is the right decision, because the rain is very heavy. And to be fair, if this rain keeps up for the next 15 minutes, we probably won't even get a race in. And now the race has been red flagged again. Sorry, again. And yeah, I think they're just going to call it there. Because, I mean, and the timer they've left running. So what they're probably going to do is just let it run. And then the race will just time out. That's what I imagine will happen. So yeah, red flag. And this F2 sprint race, well, it's never happened, is it? We had one lap. And then a big crash. And by the time they got going again, it started absolutely pissing down again. And that is a shame, because I was looking forward to this sprint. So it all comes down to the feature race tomorrow. And that's bad news for Frederick Vesti, because he can't now take advantage, really, of Teo being at the back of the field. So, yeah, that is really quite disappointing for him. But, I mean, with the circumstances and the way the race has happened, I don't think there's really anything that can be done, to be honest. And I think the best thing to do is to just red flag the race and call it there. Because by the time these conditions, calm down, and the track gets into condition that is good enough for, running on track, the timer would have run out. So that is pretty much, guys, the race over and done with. And if it is the race over and done with, then Isaac Hadjar has won the sprint race from Victor Martins in second, Oliver Behrman third, Juan Manuel Correa fourth, Zane Maloney fifth, Jack Doohan sixth, Frederick Vesti in P7, Clement Novalak in eighth, and then Jack Crawford ninth, and Dennis Hauger in P10. And Teo Porcher scores no points, but still has a decent lead in the F2 Championship going into the feature race tomorrow, which let's hope is quite a bit drier than this sprint race has been. So that's it for the F2 coverage here, because I don't think we are going to be seeing any more of F2 today. I'll go back to these. And yeah, it's unfortunate. Obviously, what's happened, but that's the way it is. And let me just get things prepared now for the build-up to qualifying. If the rain does stop or calm down enough in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, then we should still start qualifying on time, I think. Let me just get the timer on screen quickly, as we've got 53 minutes to go until qualifying starts at Zandvoort. And yeah, hopefully that'll fly by quite quickly. And Astro Steve saying rain, I gather, and also saying Yo Chazza and Y'all. Yeah, once again, rain, lots of rain. As race control have confirmed, the race will not be resumed. So that's it. The F2 race is over. Isaac Hadjar has won it by doing pretty much nothing. But there you go. That's unfortunately all that could be had. Mickey says, is there a chance the F1 qualifying will be done on Sunday before the race with this weather? It'll be fine. Trust me, it'll be fine. What do you call it? Sunset at Zandvoort is not until, 8 p.m. local time? Let me just quickly look. Yeah, sunset is at 8:45, which, at British time, that's 7:45 p.m. So it'll be fine. And looking at the forecast, there is still quite a bit of rain forecast between now and now it's 2 p.m. in Holland. There is still quite a bit of rain forecast for the next, say, 2 to 2.5 hours, but after that it's dry. So yeah, it'll be fine. Eventually we will get qualifying in, even if there is a delay. So don't worry about that. Yeah, there you go. That's it for F2. It's sad that's happened, but now we are going to get into the F1 qualifying session. One thing I will do before we get into one thing I will try to get into before I get into building up to qualifying, just to see if there's any news on Twitter that I can bring you guys. And don't think I can see at the minute any new news from practice 3. And no, nothing new, I think, at the minute, other than people just reporting on what's happened in the F2, where cars have now been released back onto the track, but that's only, I think, for them to drive around and then drive to the support paddock which is at a different part of the circuit. Yeah, F2, unfortunately, over. And let's hope that we can get a bit less rain later for qualifying, which is in less than an hour. And also tomorrow. The thing is, I have to say, before we get into building up to qualifying, we've had a lot of rain in the last few races. You know, Silverstone, we had a wet qualifying for the first half of it. Hungary, did we have a wet practice? I think we might have had a wet practice one. Spa was wet almost the entire weekend. Austria, we had a wet sprint day. Canada was a wet qualifying. Spain was wet, I think, in the first half of Saturday. And we had a wet practice 3, I think, on Saturday. But yeah, basically since the Spanish Grand Prix, we've had so much rain at so many races. But you'll notice we still haven't had any proper excitement come from it. And in a way, like, you know, when I used to start watching Formula 1 12 years ago, when it started raining, you'd know, yeah, we're going to get something great here. But with the way Formula 1 is at the minute, when it rains, it has the opposite effect. It almost makes things worse at times, with just the way, I guess, these cars are to drive. And yeah, I don't think with the way these cars are, it genuinely makes things better. I just don't think that is the case anymore. Like it was, you know, quite a number of years ago, which is sad. And I'll be honest, one thing I do want to quickly touch on is, again, my interest in Formula 1 at the minute is definitely suffering because this season has been so shit. The only interesting part of the season has been qualifying and, you know, to witness McLaren and Aston Martin's improvements. And we've had a couple good races this year. I'm not going to pretend like every race has been terrible. But if you look at the last few years, this has definitely been the worst year we've had since like 2015 or even 2014, arguably. And I don't feel as excited for Formula 1 at the minute as I did a couple years ago, for sure, even last year, to be honest. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on the situation. And like I said, I will admit that my interest in Formula 1 is not at its absolute peak like it was, again, even a year ago, never mind 2 years ago, because, yeah, it just... there's not a lot to get excited for, it feels like, anymore in Formula 1. Again, even when it rains, it doesn't seem, with the way these cars are at the minute, it doesn't seem to lead to anything. So, yeah, it is a shame. But yeah, let's get into building up to this qualifying session, and I'll go team by team quickly like I obviously did last night, but I'll just go a bit quicker this time than I did in my in-depth preview last night. We'll start with Red Bull Racing. Dry or wet conditions. Is there anyone who can stop Max Verstappen? No, there isn't. It's going to take an absolutely stonking performance by someone out there not named Max Verstappen to even get close to pole position. Never mind get the actual position itself. So, yeah, Max Verstappen 100% will be on pole position. I have no doubt in my mind about that. Sergio Perez, I think, will definitely not be too happy that it's going to be probably a wet qualifying, because I think his chances of a good result in a wet qualifying, given his form in the last few races, and given also that he doesn't like this track, I don't feel as though he's in for a great session. So, yeah, Perez might just suffer quite a bit and once again might miss out on Q3. We'll see. But yeah, Red Bull in the wet, in the dry, it doesn't matter. They've got the best car. End of story. For Mercedes, we know their two drivers are amazing in the wet. They've both shown it countless times. The car is decent in the wet. It's not special in wet conditions. It's not anything to brag about. But like I said, they've got the drivers there that are capable of, very good laps compared to the others. George Russell looked good in practice 3. In second place, the only driver that could really get anywhere near close to Max Verstappen. So congrats to him in getting, under half a second away when everybody else was miles behind. And yeah, let's hope, given Russell's poor form as of late, let's hope that Russell can build on that and have a good day today, because not had many good days as of late, and he's been pretty poor, to be honest, in 2023. For Lewis Hamilton, given he's always been quick here, you would expect Lewis to be pretty quick in qualifying, dry or wet. Of course, in the wet, we know his quality. So, yeah, both Mercedes drivers should be quick. And probably both Mercedes drivers in a wet qualifying. You'd probably have to say both Merc drivers would be in the top 6, most likely, here at Zandvoort. Aston Martin next up. Difficult to say exactly where they are. Again, yesterday they were doing some different testing with the new floor. I think Fernando Alonso ran the new floor in practice 1, then Lance Stroll ran the new floor in practice 2. Of course, though, Friday practice was dry. And then here in qualifying, presumably, Alonso and Stroll are both running the new floor. And in the wet, at the end of the session, Alonso did go up to, I think, 3rd place. But is that a genuine pace from Aston Martin, or was it just because he did his best lap at the very end of the session when others out there did their best lap a bit earlier and didn't quite have access to the best amount of grip out there on the circuit? We'll find out, of course, in this qualifying session coming up in about 42 minutes' time. And, of course, if there is any delay to the session, I will let you guys know. It's still raining quite a bit. So, yeah, with Aston Martin, it's, again, unknown, really, what their true pace will be. I think it'll probably be a bit better than I was talking them up to be yesterday. But, again, still hard to say exactly where they will be. I don't think they'll be as quick as McLaren in the wet or the dry. I just don't think they've still got, even with this new floor, which should give them a bit extra pace. I just don't think they've got enough to compete with McLaren. And probably won't have enough to be fighting with the best of the Mercedes drivers. So, most likely, at best, they will be the 4th quickest team, which is not terrible. They've been worse in the last few races, but not maybe as great as you would have expected or hoped if you're an Aston Martin fan coming into the weekend, given the new floor upgrade. Of course, both drivers, Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll, both very good in wet conditions. We'll see how they get on. Fernando, I mean, if he can get a top 6 in quali today, that'd be a great result. It really would, because it would then hopefully for Aston Martin lead to him getting a good points finish and then keeping Aston Martin probably 3rd in the championship going into the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, where they are going to be pretty slow, as Sky currently showing the weather radar. And by the looks of it, there is still quite a bit of heavy rain to come. Maybe not hitting the circuit precisely, but still on its way to Zandvoort. So, yeah, we will see. But at the minute, the session is still starting on time. But yeah, with Aston Martin, it's just a case of wait and see. I don't think we've seen truly enough data yet to know probably where they are on pace. Again, at best, they're probably still slower than the best three teams at the minute, which is Red Bull, McLaren, and Mercedes, but maybe not too far away from the Mercedes team. But let me now go on to the Ferrari team. And yeah, in practice 3, they were horrendous. The car into turn 1 just couldn't slow down. Kept locking up. Not sure why that is. Not sure if it's a setup issue or a brake problem. I mean, we saw it with Leclerc yesterday in practice 2. Him going wide into turn 1. So clearly the Ferrari car does not like the first corner and just can't get properly slowed down for it, which is surprising because normally the Ferrari car is better. From what I've seen this year, it's been better in the slow corners than the high speed corners, because in the high speed corners Ferrari do tend to be the rear end of the car does tend to be a bit snappy, and they don't tend to have as much rear end grip as, say, Red Bull do or McLaren do, for example. So yeah, I am surprised by just how many times. I mean, Leclerc went off at turn 1 every lap almost in the Ferrari. Others did as well. Alonso did, I think only once though. Ocon did a couple times. I think one of the Alfa Romeos, maybe Valtteri Bottas, might have gone off once at turn 1. I'm not sure. So, you know, it's not just a Ferrari issue, but they were doing it quite a bit more than others. So that doesn't look good. And obviously, practice yesterday was not a great day for them, and they didn't have the greatest, day in terms of hooking a lap together. And it wasn't as easy to get that lap really set, given they had to back off a couple times because of mistakes made, because the car, was just had poor handling at the absolute wrong time for the Ferrari team. So yeah, not great for Ferrari. And really, I mean, I didn't think they were going to be that quick anyway this weekend. I thought they would be at best the 4th best team here in qualifying, but in the wet, they're probably going to be 5th best team. And I think, to be honest, they'll do well to get both cars into the top 10, given that, both of the drivers are not exactly shoo-ins at times to get into the top 10, as we've seen this season. So, if they can get both cars into the top 10, and then Leclerc, who's most likely going to be the quicker driver, as he has been all weekend, if he can get 7th on the grid, I think that'd be a good result for him and for the team. But I mean, that isn't necessarily looking massively realistic, that position being on the cards for Ferrari today, because again, handling the car doesn't look very good, and in wet conditions, that Ferrari car doesn't look that good to drive, I have to say. So, and we actually saw it, to be fair, at Spa, where in the dry, they were the best team after Red Bull. But then in the wet, McLaren, miles quicker than them, and Mercedes were also faster compared to Ferrari as well. They were quicker than Aston Martin, but not by that much in wet conditions. And Aston Martin obviously have improved since then with an upgrade to their floor. So, yeah, it's going to be a very tricky weekend for Ferrari overall. But, yeah, this qualifying session, not exactly going to be great for the Scuderia. And the final front-running team we'll go on to is McLaren. Looking great for the wet weather. Their car, as we saw back in Spa, in the wet, is a brilliant car. Even before that big upgrade to the floor and the side podder in Austria, we saw back in Monaco how great the car is in the wet. So there is there is definitely a possibility of pole position today for McLaren, and for most likely, you'd have to imagine Lando Norris, who's looked the quicker driver this weekend compared to his teammate. So yeah, it's the chances are not zero when it comes to pole position. There's definitely a chance, but I mean, when I'm talking about a chance, I'm talking 10% at most, and that's probably being generous, given the form that Red Bull and Max Verstappen are in, and given obviously the car that Red Bull have. So I think definitely they'll be the second best team. If they can secure second and third on the grid, I think that would be absolutely brilliant, because whether it's dry or wet tomorrow, if they are second and third on the grid, it's going to take something, either quite a bit of fortune for another team, or an amazing performance from another team to really remove any of the McLarens from the podium positions, if that indeed is the track position they end up with for tomorrow's race. And it's definitely a possibility, because Sergio Perez in the second Red Bull doesn't look anywhere near his teammate, and there is a big gap there to fill, and McLaren definitely could fill that gap. Car looks great, has looked great all weekend. Even in the dry, their car looks maybe not comfortably second best, but is probably the second best car out there. McLaren overall just look really, really good. So great to see Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri looking great. Oscar's not had the greatest weekend necessarily with his accident in practice 2, but from what I saw in practice 3 earlier, with him quarter of a second quicker than Norris, the pace does seem to be pretty good from him, considering his lack of experience around this circuit. So yeah, he looks absolutely fine. And McLaren should have a great result today, dry or wet. Now let's go through the midfield. Alpine, their hopes are really pinned on Pierre Gasly, because Esteban Ocon is absolutely nowhere. He looked pretty bad, Ocon, in practice 3, and his pace in practice 2 was quite bad compared to his teammate when, they've been so closely matched in 2023. We know Gasly's very competitive here at Zandvoort, but yeah, still, Ocon, I think, is having quite a bad weekend. So yeah, for Pierre Gasly, watch out for him. I think he's definitely one of the dark horses, and one of the drivers to look out for as a possible surprise here this weekend overall, not just for qualifying, but for the race as well. And if, he can get to the top 10 and maybe get inside the top 8, that would be a brilliant qualifying for Alpine, who at the minute are in, they're in tatters, really, after what happened with Otmar Safnauer and Alan Permain, the team principal, and the sporting director, of course, at the last race being fired, and they're now transitioning into a new period where they're going to have a new team boss that we think will be Mattia Binotto, who will probably as well take the lead on the technical direction of the team as well. So yeah, that would be a really good result for the team if Gasly could get that. And I've got to say, Pierre, as of late, I think has been really, not really good, but I think he's really started to, beat Esteban Ocon quite consistently. In Austria was quicker and, ended up with a better result. Silverstone, the same, was quicker. Obviously, both retired from the race, but it was, not Gasly's fault that he retired from the race. It was a car problem caused, I think, by contact with Lance Stroll in the end. In Hungary, both cars retired. And then at Spa, Gasly did finish third in the sprint. In the race itself, Ocon did have a good one and ended up beating Gasly. But yeah, as of late, I think Pierre has been in quite good form and has gone under the radar. And if we can keep up this form, then maybe could end up beating Ocon in the championship by the end of the season and end up at least with a better qualifying or even race head-to-head in 2023. In terms of the qualifying head-to-heads, by the way, Ocon and Gasly is the closest battle out there. It is dead level at 6 apiece for Ocon and Gasly. So whoever outqualifies who today will take the lead in that battle. As the rain, by the way, Zandvoort looks to have calmed down quite a bit, which is good to see. As we're about 29 minutes away from the start of qualifying. No news as to a delay. I will check Twitter, though, in a few moments just to see if there is any possibility of that happening. Williams next up. Even in the wet, they actually looked pretty decent. Alex Albon was in the top 10. Williams, overall, they've just got a good car for this track, which, again, I wasn't expecting. And to be fair, I don't think Williams were necessarily expecting that. So, bravo for Williams having such a good car. Both Albon and Sargent have been in pretty decent positions. Albon, of course, yesterday in practice 2 was up in P3 and was up in, I think, 7th in practice 3 there in the wet. So, yeah, Williams have got a good car. And I'm still sticking with my prediction. I think Albon will make the top 10 and qualify in 8th place. Dry or wet, I am pretty sure he will make Q3 because he's in top form. And Williams, again, looking a lot better than expected. So watch out for Williams because I think they are really the team to look out for outside of the big 5 at the minute, which of course is, Red Bull, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ferrari, McLaren. Williams are the team to look out for because I think as a team, they're probably the best of the rest outside of those top 5, which again, not what we expected. We thought that'd probably be the case next weekend at Monza, where they're still going to be mentally quick. I don't think anyone thought it'd be possible here, even in wet conditions. So looking great for Williams, and they should be quite an interesting team to look out for today. For Haas F1, they look absolutely shit. They've brought a new front wing this weekend, but both drivers have already, I think, broken 2 of the 3 that they've brought this weekend. So brilliant job by both drivers. And the car is shit slow. So clearly Haas have worked their magic again. And, with an upgrade, have made their car worse, which is not the first time they've done that. They did that earlier in their Formula 1 history before, back in, I think, 2019. They did that as well, where Romain Grosjean, I remember back then, actually went back to the older spec of car back from the start of the season and was actually ended up being quicker in that older spec compared to the newest spec. So, again, it's not unheard of for this team to get upgrades drastically wrong. But I've not seen any indication that there's any pace there from their, front wing upgrades so far. So, yeah, Haas look absolutely terrible. And then you've got Alfa Romeo. Valtteri Bottas has had a good weekend. He's been in the top 10 consistently. Zhou has been terrible. He was really slow in practice 2. And then, of course, in practice 3, ended up spinning out into the gravel. That was a really poor driver error by Zhou, who is under pressure for that seat, of course. And yeah, Valtteri Bottas will be the main driver for Alfa Romeo this weekend because he's looked quicker. And don't count out Alfa Romeo because they do have still a decent car. And I think their car is working well around this track. Maybe, though, because of how good Williams have looked, it's overshadowing how good Alfa Romeo's car actually is around this circuit. So watch out for Bottas and Alfa Romeo. That might be a surprise package in this session. And then finally, AlphaTauri. This man on screen, unfortunately, will not be driving today. He has a broken wrist after his crash yesterday. So Liam Lawson will be taking his place, car number 40. He had an accident in the latter stages of practice 3, but overall his pace was okay, given that it was his first session, not in Formula 1, but his first session of the weekend. And of course, he's been drafted in very late as well. So, yeah, I think he's done okay, Lawson. Yuki Tsunoda, I've got to say, didn't look as quick as I expected in practice 3. I thought AlphaTauri would be a bit better than what they showed. They were 13th at best, which is definitely nowhere near as good as they were yesterday in practice 2, where in the dry, they were 5th in practice 2. And in the middle sector, which is full of corners, they had the 3rd best middle sector time out of any team. So, yeah, not quite sure why they were so slow in practice 3. But yeah, watch out for AlphaTauri still, because there is still a decent car there for this track and the weather conditions. But most likely, Williams, Alfa Romeo, and Alpine will end up better than them. But at least they'll be better than Haas, so they're not going to be at the very back of the field. But with Liam Lawson, most likely he'll be knocked out in Q1. Tsunoda might get into Q2. Again, it's going to be very tight. I think most likely the people knocked out in Q1 are going to be Magnussen and Hulkenberg, Haas, and then Lawson, Zhou in the Alfa Romeo, and then after that, the final driver, it's between, I would say, Tsunoda, Esteban Ocon, I think is probably a contender, unfortunately, to get knocked out in Q1 because he's just looked terrible this weekend. So yeah, we'll see who that final driver is. But I'm pretty confident, again, that Lawson, Zhou, Magnussen, and Hulkenberg will end up knocked out in Q1 because those 4, obviously Liam, is being thrown into the deep end, but the other 3, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, and Zhou, have looked pretty slow all weekend long. But those are all the teams, as we've got just over 20 minutes to go till qualifying begins. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to post the link of the stream out a couple more times. It does appear, by the way, that qualifying will get going on time, which is great to see. But yeah, let me just post the link of the stream out a couple final times, and then we'll get into some of your comments before we get going. And make sure, by the way, to keep voting in the poll at the top of the live chat, where I've asked you guys, who is most likely to challenge Max Verstappen for pole position? Is it Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, or Oscar Piastri? Out of those 4, let me know who the most likely driver to fight Max for pole is. And I'll make sure to finish up the poll and read out the results before qualifying gets underway. Make sure to come join us here to watch along a wet qualifying at Zandvoort. And I'll just post it out on Twitter as well. And also, I'll try and have a look at some news to see if there's any possible delays to this session. Just seen an hour ago from ESPN F1 that Daniel Ricciardo has flown to Barcelona to see specialist Dr. Javier Mir, the man who helped get Lance Stroll racing just 12 days after his broken wrist in pre-season. Yeah, that was the guy who did his operation on Lance's wrist and magically was able to get Lance to recover so quickly. And I've just seen, according to an FIA accredited journalist called Giuliano Duchessa, you may have heard of him. He works for one of the big main news publications, I think, in Italy. He says Ferrari are likely to change Charles Leclerc's power unit, and Carlos Sainz could also receive a new power unit. Probably going to lead to penalties if that happens, but yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest, about the exact allocation or list of, who's used what so far, so I can't say for sure who's going to get a penalty. Come join us here to watch along the wet qualifying session for the Dutch Grand Prix. I'll just do a couple more hashtags. And there you go. That's all posted out. And yeah, no news about delays or anything like that. So we should be good to go in 20 minutes time, which is good to see, as we absolutely hate delays, don't we, guys? As we still have, PTSD from a few delays we've had in the past. Spa 2021, Suzuka 2022 was another one where we were waiting 2 hours for the race to resume. And obviously Spa, the race never started, did it? Bravamol says, definitely seeing some British bias in the Lando versus Oscar poll, lol. Yeah, Oscar not getting as many votes probably as he should, to be honest. Let's find some other comments here if I can. America's Choice says, Danny holding on to the steering wheel in a crash was a rookie mistake. He needs to move on with his life outside of F1. It's a bit too early to say that, to be honest. But yeah, it was a rookie mistake, because it's always said, isn't it? When you have or if it looks like you're gonna have a crash, take your hands off the steering wheel, because that's what can happen. Because of the, how violently the steering wheel moves about when you hit something so hard, and also the shock that comes through the car, it can really do some damage, and it has, because immediately he was in severe pain. So yeah, and I'd be surprised if Ricciardo was racing next week in Monza, so we probably won't see him again until Singapore. Mickey says, I think it will start wet and then dry up. Looking at the forecast, I don't think that's likely, to be honest. Yeah, looking at the weather radar, if I just get it back up on my end, looks like we're just getting, a dry period now, but there is further rain showers coming. So it is probably going to rain again during qualifying. Probably during the middle or latter part of qualifying. But then by the time we get to the end of Q3, pretty much all of the rain should have gone, and then it should be dry for the rest of the session. So if there is any delays, then it should be okay for a bit of a later finish to qualifying. Vince says, so why was the F2 sprint waived? It was because there wasn't enough time to get the there wasn't enough time to get it in before qualifying, and the weather conditions were horrendous, and there was no point even bothering, trying to get it underway. So yeah, they just called it quits, which was the smart decision. By the way, the track drying out, from what I've just seen of some of the, some trackside pictures, it looks like the track is drying out very quickly. So it's going to be a massive improvement of lap time as we go through the session. Mickey's saying, don't really think of Spa again. Astro Steve is saying not writing Rick off yet. No, absolutely not. Nobody should, because I think his return actually has been pretty good. Brabham says people love to pile onto Ricciardo for some reason. I think it's because of what we saw last year. There's just this feeling that Ricciardo is finished. But from what I've seen, again, from what I've seen so far at AlphaTauri, I think he's definitely performing at a better level than what we saw at McLaren. So I think, it's definitely worth it giving him a chance. Marguerite says, as I understand it, Daniel has broken a bone in the middle of his hand. It's not his wrist, right? Still, though, if that is true, and I do believe you, I wouldn't be, surprised if it was his hand, if that is indeed true. Yeah, it's, it was caused by him just hanging onto the steering wheel too long. Rowan saying, oh boy, if it rains during quali, we could have an interesting grid. It absolutely could. I mean, the track's pretty wet at the minute, so it's going to be a wet qualifying, pretty much. And as we know, in 2023, qualifying has been the most exciting part of the race weekend, so let's hope that this is one of the best qualifying sessions of the year. There is quite stiff competition, though, I will say. Best qualifying session of the year. Monaco was incredible, where we had 4 different teams on pole in the last 2 minutes. Silverstone was amazing. Hungary, even though I missed it, was brilliant. Austria was pretty exciting. Spain as well was pretty exciting. We had a very mixed up grid in Spain, which is not usual. Usually in Spain, you get a quite a boring grid lineup. So, yeah. We've had many brilliant qualifyings. Even Miami, we had Gasly and Magnussen in the top 5 of the grid. Even though, that was because of a red flag at the end of the session, which helped that a lot. Still, it was quite a mental ending for the session. Bones take about 5 or around 5 weeks. Well, like I was saying last night, Lance Stroll was able to come back nearly 2 weeks later from his broken wrist. So it is possible that Ricciardo, even if he's not 100%, could make a return in Singapore, which is in 3 weeks' time. But, obviously, broken bones affect people differently because all of our bodies are different. So, it might keep him out for 5-6 weeks, which, if that's the case, he'll miss. Obviously, he's going to miss this race, Monza, and then he would miss Singapore and Japan. And then he'd be back for the Qatar Grand Prix at the start of October, which will be a very tricky weekend for Daniel, given that he's only raced there once, and plus this year it's a sprint weekend, as the sun thankfully has come out at Zandvoort, and the crowd in a party mood. As I think there's a DJ going up the track, trying to get the crowd going. And weather conditions look much better now. Track's still wet, but drying quickly. Brabham says no Rooks. He was here earlier. He's probably just sat back and, making sure that he's here if he needs to do anything in the chat in terms of moderation or whatever. But I'm pretty sure he is around. Vinster says athletes usually shave off some healing time because they're in top physical condition, but age is in play for Danny. Yeah, I mean, in sports like, football, for example, if you had a broken hand, you'd be playing, the next game because obviously it doesn't affect you really at all in football. In basketball, though, for example, you do have a lot of instances in that sport, like in the NBA, of players playing through pain, wrist pain, even, broken bones in a hand. I've seen players still, play through it in the past. So, yeah, maybe he'll be able to just wince his way through it. But yeah, he is 34 years old, is Daniel Ricciardo. And he turned 34 only 2 months ago. So, yeah, he is getting on. Is Ricciardo. Blue Flag Alpha says Stroll overstayed his welcome. Anyone agree? Yeah, I probably wouldn't go that far, to be honest, with Lance. Because, I mean, this season has been poor, but let's be honest, this season has not been his, how he's been normally performing. Normally, he performs a bit better than he's been this season. I mean, at the end of last season, we saw some really good performances from him compared to Sebastian Vettel. So, Stroll can definitely improve. I mean, maybe his broken wrist is still, has affected his performance this season. Maybe, maybe that's it. But at the end of the day, with Stroll, yeah, his performances have been poor. There is zero doubt about that. But guys, with 8 minutes to go until qualifying starts, one thing I will do quickly before I get into finishing up the poll in the live chat, just going to have a quick sip of my drink and just clear my throat before we get into this session. Track drying out quickly, and the drivers most likely will be out there on inters, but I'll be back in just a second. All right, so that should be good. Now, and yeah, let me finish up the poll in the chat where I asked you guys, coming into qualifying, who is most likely to challenge Max Verstappen for pole position at the Dutch Grand Prix? And you guys voted with 211 votes in total. You guys have voted for Lando Norris as most likely to put up a fight against the formidable Max Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton in second, and then Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri tied for third on 9% of the vote. Thank you guys for voting in that poll. Obviously much appreciated. Just wanted to say quickly before we get into this session that, of course, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because tomorrow I will be live at 12 p.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, for the race preview and race watch along for the 2023 Dutch Grand Prix, and we'll be live all the way through till probably 4 p.m. Then, of course, the next stream after that will be the weekend preview for the Italian Grand Prix on Thursday, live on the usual time of 8 p.m. UK time. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that content, and obviously come along for the content and hit the notifications bell. And for everyone watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 57 likes. Let's try and get up to 70 plus if we can in the next, say, 20 minutes or so. And quickly, before we get into qualifying, let me just show you guys my final top 10 qualifying prediction that I made last night, and I am sticking with for today. Max Verstappen, I believe, will be on pole by a third of a second, with Lando Norris in second, Lewis Hamilton third, just ahead of Oscar Piastri in fourth, Leclerc in fifth, Perez sixth, Russell in 7th, Alex Albon in 8th, Carlos Sainz in 9th, and Pierre Gasly, I'm going in P10. I will definitely be wrong because Aston Martin are probably going to be a bit quicker than I anticipated last night, but I didn't know at that point that they had done the different testing with the floor, which is why, I wasn't as genned up on what their true pace was or true pace could be. So, yeah, that's why I've gone for that top 10. But let me know whether you agree or disagree with this top 10. And let me know right now in the chat, guys, what do you think the top 3 will be? Will it be Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Verstappen, Hamilton, Norris, etc., etc.? Let me know what you think the top 3 will be in qualifying today. And quickly, before we get into qualifying, go through the championship standings. Max Verstappen is 125 points clear of his teammate Sergio Perez. Fernando Alonso, 40 points behind Perez, and only 1 point clear of Hamilton. Alonso wants to stay ahead. He needs to have a great qualifying today. Of course, qualifying really important behind a great race result here in Holland. And then you've got Leclerc and Russell level on points. Leclerc only ahead because of a best race result of second place back in Austria, and that's why he's up to P5. Carlos Sainz in P7 with Lando Norris in 8th, quickly catching the Spaniard and also his teammate Leclerc and the fellow Brit George Russell. And Lance Stroll is in 9th with Esteban Ocon in P10. And on the constructors' side, Red Bull just over 250 points clear of Mercedes, who are 51 points clear of Aston Martin, who are in a very close fight for 3rd in the championship and need a good qualifying today compared to Ferrari if they're going to secure that, going out of this weekend's race. McLaren, of course, 93 points behind Aston Martin, but given their pace at the minute, definitely they can catch. And they need a great qualifying today, really, to pull off a great race result later in the weekend. Alpine are in 6th. Williams are in 7th. And if Williams can get an 8th in qualifying or even better, and then turn that into points tomorrow, that would be crucial for their fight in the Constructors for P7. And maybe they could think about possibly fighting Alpine in the championship later on this season. Haas are in 8th, Alfa Romeo are in 9th, with AlphaTauri rounding out the field. But guys, we are about, 90 seconds away from the start of qualifying, and the track, to be fair, it looks like it might even be ready in certain parts for dry tyres. And when it comes to dry tyres, the compounds that Pirelli have brought are the C3, C2 and C1, which normally is the 3 hardest compounds that Pirelli do bring. And, of course, the Q1 session normally is 18 minutes long. And I will sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark when we get to that point. And let me make sure to get out the dotted line as we've got cars already queuing at the exit of the pit lane. So, of course, there is rain still around. And if it does hit the track, a couple minutes into the session, you want to make sure that you've got your good laps in when the track conditions were better rather than worse. So there you go. There is the dotted line. Anyone below 15th place at the end of Q1 will be out of the session. As everyone on Inters, which is the safe bet. But if it stays dry for the rest of qualifying, then I wouldn't be surprised if we see dry tyres in Q1, to be honest. Just looking at there on TV broadcast, Lando Norris, who definitely is one of the drivers to watch out for today. And the crowd absolutely packed. And, of course, they are here for one man and one man only. And we're looking at the dash cam, I guess you could call it, of Max Verstappen just then briefly, who is still in the garage as the session still has not officially started. There you go. Green light is on and we are underway, guys, for qualifying at Zandvoort. And it's going to be a crazy hour of qualifying given this weather we have. Rain coming here and there, and the track really not in great condition. As the first cars on track, I think, is a Mercedes. I think that is. Possibly, I'm not sure exactly. Or is it? No, it looks like a Williams, actually, of Alex Albon, who is the first car on track. And like I said, if the rain is going to come very quickly, then banging in a lap straight away is the key. Because looking at the radar, there is still rain coming, but we don't know, how much of it will actually hit the track. As there you go. Timer on screen. We just adjust the position of that timer. Yeah, we've got 17 minutes to go in Q1. As Max Verstappen is just coming to the exit of the pit lane now. And ideally for him, if he can do his first lap in Q1 right before the rain hits, then you won't have to do any more than just one flying lap. As the Williams there just going past the exit of the pit lane, as Alex Albon has started his first qualifying lap, and everyone on intermediate tyres. Not only, by the way, have the drivers got to contend with, wet track, and even if it dries out, a green track, no rubber down, it is also quite blustery. So there is lots of things out there to deal with. It's going to be a very tricky session, as now George Russell starts his first qualifying lap. Can he replicate his great pace from practice 3? By the way, the best lap time I expect, and the pole position lap I would expect on the intermediate tyres, given the current track condition, if it remains this way, is probably, like I said earlier, a 118 or a 119, something in that range. Max Verstappen did a 121.6. Pretty sure he could go a bit quicker than that for qualifying, but in practice that was still a good lap time. Yeah, got quite a few drivers on a lap at the minute, as Russell has completed the middle sector. He's not done a purple sector so far, Russell. And Alex Albon has just completed his first lap. Not very quick, though, from Albon. A 1:31.3, which is absolutely nowhere near the pace. As Max Verstappen has now started his first time. Logan Sargent goes quite a bit quicker, but still not a very quick time. Only a 29.5 from Sargent, which is miles away from the best times we saw earlier. As Lewis Hamilton goes quickest on a 1:26.7, I think that was. So yeah, not quick times still, and that's why Alex Albon had a slow lap. He went across the gravel and ended up cutting off turn 12. And here is a replay of a Haas, which has been off the track a lot this weekend and went off track again. Not sure which one it was, though. I wasn't paying enough attention to see exactly who it was. And even Max Verstappen went off, and to be fair, it's quite lucky that he wasn't going at too big a speed into turn 1, because that could have been quite a bad one. As Oscar Piastri now goes quickest at a 1:25.4. Still, though, quite slow compared to what we saw in practice 3. Valtteri Bottas is up to 2nd. Yuki Tsunoda is in 3rd. Let me just update that quickly. As Logan Sargent now goes quickest on a 1:24.7. And with these, track conditions and Williams looking good, this is a big opportunity for Sargent to really start showing he has anything good enough for Formula 1. Max Verstappen now starts his first flying lap. Does he know he has to back off as he was overtaken by Lewis Hamilton, who I think has just started a flying lap. So bad timing there for Max as Zhou goes up to 2nd place. And Lando Norris now quickest for McLaren on a 23.2, which getting a lot closer to what the lap times should be. Still not quite there though. Piastri goes 2nd. So McLaren 1-2 at the minute. Alex Albon is just in a purple middle sector. He's about to complete a lap. Sergio Perez goes 3rd. Alex Albon now goes 3rd. So Williams already looking good. We did see yesterday, even in the middle sector where the downforce, is very important, Williams still looked pretty quick. So they've got a quick car, really, for all of the track. As Gasly briefly did go 4th, but now it is Logan Sargent up to P4, with Gasly 5th and Ocon in 6th. And then Fernando Alonso now goes up to 5th place. Alonso up to P5. George Russell is up to 6th. And then you've got Gasly 7th. Tsunoda, his very good friend, in 8th. Sergio Perez now goes up to 2nd for Red Bull. So it's then Gasly 8th, Tsunoda 9th, and Stroll up in P10 as Carlos Sainz goes quickest on a 1:23.1. 10th and a half quicker than Lando Norris. And now Charles Leclerc, by a James Bond of a second, goes quicker and then goes off at turn 1, but thankfully takes to the escape road. I hope you guys know what I mean by a James Bond of a second, by the way. You should do. So Leclerc is up to P1, and then Carlos Sainz in 2nd. So a Ferrari 1-2 at the minute for Ferrari, looking good. Not anymore, because now they're already down to 4th and 5th, as Alonso is now in P1 with Russell in 2nd, and Lewis Hamilton was in 3rd. Max Verstappen has then gone quicker, and now Lando Norris goes even quicker onto a 1:22.3. So you can see the track really improving and the grip getting better and better each time by quite a bit. It continues to dry out. No new rain as of yet. Yeah, Verstappen 2nd, Alonso 3rd, Russell 4th, Hamilton now up to P5. And then you got Leclerc, Sainz, 6th and 7th. Hulkenberg just gone up to 8th. That's good for him. As Oscar Piastri, by 3.5 tenths, goes quicker than Lando Norris onto a 22.0. And Alex Albon now goes 3rd as Lance Stroll goes up to 4th. So you can see with the way it's improving the track, certain drivers could get caught out in this session. It is definitely possible as Albon, is up to 3rd. Here comes Max Verstappen, who only goes 4th did not have a good final sector. So Lance Stroll is in 5th, and then it's Alonso 6th, and then Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz completing the top 10. And then you've got Zhou in 11th, and then Hulkenberg. Nope, not anymore. Tsunoda is in 11th, and then Sergio Perez has now gone all the way up to 2nd for Red Bull. Only a 10th quicker than Norris. And then, yeah, in 11th, you've got Sainz. And then you've got Tsunoda, Zhou, Hulkenberg, Ocon. Just outside of the drop zone. As Carlos Sainz has improved up to only 7th place. Needed to be a bit more of an improvement than that, to be honest. But in the drop zone, guys, with 7.5 minutes to go in Q1, is Liam Lawson in 16th, doing a decent effort so far. Valtteri Bottas is 17th. And then you got Magnussen 18th, Sargent 19th, and Pierre Gasly at the minute is last. There is still plenty of time to turn it around. As George Russell, now by James Bond of a second, goes quickest. And Russell up to P1. Lewis Hamilton has had a poor end to the lap there and is now all the way down in 11th. As Lando Norris goes quickest by 0.6 of a second. That is a brilliant lap, a 1:21.4. 0.2 quicker than Max went in practice 3. As who has improved? Pierre Gasly has improved. That's why Hamilton is down to P11. Gasly now up to 10th place, which pushes his teammate Ocon into the drop zone. And Ocon, 0.2 of a second slower than Hulkenberg. So there is quite a bit of time there for Ocon and the rest to find if they're going to get out of the drop zone, as quite a few drivers now starting to pit. Ocon is on a lap, though, and is improving quite a bit. He's half a second up on Hulkenberg after the first 2 sectors. As Leclerc improves up to 4th. They're looking good for him. Oscar Piastri improves once again and goes 0.2 of a second quicker than Norris, up to 1st on a 21.2. George Russell improves his lap time but stays in 3rd. Esteban Ocon briefly went 11th. He's now 12th because Gasly has improved up to 9th. As Max Verstappen just about goes quickest by 1/4 of a tenth ahead of Oscar Piastri. So it is Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin. Your top 5. And yeah, in the drop zone now, Hulkenberg, Lawson, Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent. Here's a replay of Hamilton in 13th and in real trouble. And this is why he had a bad final sector. He had traffic. And it is, I think, yeah, Fernando Alonso. No, it's not Fernando Alonso. Is it Fernando Alonso? I think it might be Lance Stroll, actually. I think Stroll. Don't think Stroll has the yellow T-cam. So I think that might be Lance Stroll. As miscommunication between Piastri and Sainz there. And Piastri almost having to have an accident there as they went through turn 2, which is a bit of an awkward corner. And Sainz was exiting the pit lane, probably didn't look in his mirrors, and Piastri nearly went off the track. And just a bit dopey there from Carlos. Probably wasn't helped by his engineer not telling him the right information, though. Just a replay there of Max Verstappen kicking out the rear end, which all happy F1 cars do. As, yeah, Hamilton and Stroll incident noted for impeding, as Alex Albon goes quickest for Williams, a 1:20.9. Brilliant. 0.3 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen, as Kevin Magnussen goes 13th. Logan Sargent goes up to 6th, and you can see the track really improving now. So Sargent up to 6th. And what other improvements do we have? Alonso is up to P7. And just trying to see if there's any others. Pierre Gasly is ahead of Stroll in 10th. And now Zhou Guanyu improves very well up to 8th place. Will that be enough? We've still got 3 minutes to go, so still quite a while to go in this session yet. As George Russell does a purple first sector, completes his lap and goes up to 4th. As the incident there between Sainz and Piastri noted, forcing another driver off the track. As Max Verstappen improves his lap but doesn't go quickest. And is a 1/4 of a tenth slower than Alex Albon. As Gasly goes up to 7th. Actually, doesn't go 7th, he goes 6th. As Yuki Tsunoda improves up to P7 in the AlphaTauri. Perez now goes up to P7 in the Red Bull. Not a great lap there, I've got to say, from Perez. Lance Stroll goes up to 9th. Lando Norris improves up to 4th. The top 10 currently Albon, Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, Russell, Gasly, Perez, Tsunoda, Stroll, Sargent. And then at risk, you've got Alonso. Well, not anymore. Hold on, let me just update that Nico Hülkenberg is now up to 7th. Lewis Hamilton is now all the way down in 19th. So the pressure is on for Lewis Hamilton to get himself into Q2. Carlos Sainz, for the moment, has got himself in a safe position of 5th. And actually, they've now noted it's Hamilton and Alonso for the impeding incident. As Ocon goes up to 13th. I think that pushes Leclerc into the drop zone. It does. As Tsunoda is up to 8th as we've got 1 minute to go in Q1. Your top 10, Albon, Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, Sainz, Russell, Gasly, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, and now Lewis Hamilton, but he only goes 10th, Hamilton. He is at massive risk of being knocked out here, because that is not a good enough improvement, given that everyone is going to improve again. As Lance Stroll up to 7th, so Hamilton 11th, Perez 12th, Sargent 13th. Not anymore, because Fernando Alonso has gone up to P10. Alonso also in a bit of trouble. And then it's Sargent 14th, Ocon 15th, and in the drop zone, with 20 seconds to go, Zhou, Leclerc, Magnussen, Bottas and Lawson. And actually, it's Magnussen 17th, Leclerc 18th, Bottas 19th, and Lawson 20th. Leclerc in big trouble, but his first sector is a personal best, but it's not great. As Zhou completes his final lap, what should be his final lap, and it only puts him up to 15th. Valtteri Bottas only goes 18th. What a disaster for Valtteri. After looking so good, he's had a horrendous lap then, a really horrendous session. And Leclerc only 4 thousandths up on Zhou, but he runs wide at turn 11. I'm not sure, guys. Leclerc's going to make it through. He's in 19th, but this is not a good lap whatsoever for the Monegasque. He started 19th in Spain. Will he be 19th again, this time in Zandvoort? To the line he comes. It is 14th for Charles Leclerc. Will that be enough? It should be. Because I think the only driver out there that might improve is Kevin Magnussen, because I've not seen what he's been doing. But I think, guys, Leclerc has made it through just about. If you're a Ferrari fan, you've got to be incredibly relieved that he has made it through, because that was not looking good. But let me go through, guys, the final finishing order of Q1. So Alex Albon into Q2 and top of the timesheets. What a season he is having. And then also into Q2, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Yuki Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg, Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc, and Logan Sargent. Good to see him in Q2. But knocked out, guys, in Q1. Zhou Guanyu, Esteban Ocon, Kevin Magnussen, Valtteri Bottas, and no surprise, last of all, Liam Lawson. Yeah, that was quite harem-scarum, and yeah, that was a good escape for Leclerc at the death. Because I was pretty sure after I saw him run wide at turn 11, I thought, this is it. He's going to miss out, but he barely got through. So credit to him for still pulling out enough time to get the job done. Let me just quickly get the other dotted line out. Of course, to illustrate where the cutoff zone is for Q2. Of course, in between those two dotted lines. Actually, hold on. I put it in the wrong position. Let me just put it in the right position now. And there you go. So yeah, anyone between those two dotted lines, of course, at the end. Q2, which is a 15-minute long session, will be out of the session. And if it ended up like it did in Q1, it would be Hülkenberg, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc, and Sargent. That'd be quite a headline elimination from Q2. But let me know, guys, who do you think will be knocked out of Q2 as a surprise? An Aston Martin, do you think? Or a Ferrari, a Mercedes? Maybe even a McLaren or a Red Bull? Let me know if you think there'll be a surprise elimination in Q2. And of course, if I can, I will read out a couple of your predictions going into the second part of qualifying, which will be underway in a couple of minutes' time. Does look like, by the way, because the skies are darkening at Zandvoort, looks like rain might be just coming, so it's going to be a mad rush probably at the start of Q2 to get out there and get, you know, laps in. Just trying to see on Twitter if there is any news. And, yeah, can't see anything really at the moment. Let me just check again, actually. Leclerc running out of patience on team radio with his team when it comes to traffic on his outlap, I think, possibly. And yeah, just saw a snippet of him complaining on Twitter. So it is a usual thing with Leclerc, well, not Leclerc, but with Ferrari, that their engineers are so bad at giving up-to-date, correct information to their drivers about where other drivers are on the track in relation to them. And that's why, you know, Leclerc was, you know, given a penalty in Monaco. Is a replay of Hamilton being held up massively in the final corner. Lewis saying on the radio, Alonso got in the way. He's got in the way. He's absolutely everywhere, mate. I think that was Stroll that time that was in the way. As that was Kevin Magnussen, just a replay of him going off. So that's why he never improved his lap, because he went off at turn 1 and then took to the escape road. Again, Magnussen, I know he's confirmed for next year. Disappointing. Wants to get out qualified by Nico Hülkenberg. Just not good enough, is it? And then Show Guan Yu, I'll give credit where credit's due. Given the weekend Bottas has had. Good for him to out-qualify Valtteri, but Alfa Romeo were terrible in that session. Ocon, absolutely horrendous, given that Gasly ended up in 8th. Lawson, I don't think we can really complain about his performance. He's been thrown in, like I said earlier, to the deep end. And unfortunately, he's not quite experienced enough to be able to swim correctly in that deep end. And, yeah. So that's Q1. It's now time for Q2. Green light is on. And we've got a Williams exiting the pit lane now. Begin Q2. And this could get rather tasty, as it's not as... the weather conditions don't look to be quite as great as they were before. And we might start to see some rain coming down. So it is vitally important drivers, get on with their laps and get them, the best ones in that they can physically drive as soon as possible. It looks like rain is imminent. As I'll sync up the timer in 5 seconds. As there's Christian Horner on the Red Bull team wall. And there you go. 14 minutes to go in Q2. As Vinster says in the chat, don't forget to smash the like button. We're currently on an interesting number, 69 likes. Let's try and get up to 80 plus likes if we can in the next 10 minutes or so. That'd be great if we could. Of course, hitting the like button, guys, does help the channel and the algorithm, and it does help me know from you guys that you actually do enjoy the content. So if you do, smash the like button. As we are currently on the broadcast looking at Max Verstappen, I'm pretty sure it is, who is just coming through the final proper corner now of turn 13. And now begins his first flying lap of Q2. Let's see what Max can do. Into turn 1 he comes. Remember, the best time in Q1 was a 1:20.9 by Alexander Albon. So, if it's not rained since then Max really should be doing a mid 1:20. As no further investigation for impeding between Hamilton and Alonso. I think that's for the incident earlier in the session, not that one at the end of the session, as a 29.0 for Max in the first sector. Sergio Perez, 0.6 of a second slower in the first sector alone. That is incredible, considering the first sector is not that difficult. It's the middle sector that in these conditions, I'd say is the most difficult. As Max is now coming up to the middle sector. And yeah, this lap so far looks absolutely fine. No issues with the car. Maybe a slight bit wide there and a bit of oversteer through the exit of turn 12. So not perfect through there. But overall, looks good. Let's see what lap time he can do. Comes to the line. And it's only a 1:21.9. Which is 1 second slower than he went in Q1. That is surprising. As Logan Sargent goes second on a 23.1. And Perez goes slower than Sargent in third. So yeah, not quick lap times here to start. As Perez, is up to P3. Not anymore, because George Russell is up to second. And then you've got Sargent third. Alex Albon now goes up to third. Still, though, slower lap times than we saw in Q1. So, not quite sure what's happened. Maybe just a bit more fuel on board compared to the end of Q1. Maybe that's what it is. So it's Albon third, Sargent fourth. Nico Hulkenberg goes up to P5 with Yuki Tsunoda in 6th. Not anymore, because Oscar Piastri has gone up to 5th. And Logan Sargent goes quickest, only briefly, because here comes Max Verstappen, who does a 1:20.6. That's a lot more like it. And he goes 1.1 seconds quicker than Sargent into P1. Here's a replay. Pierre Gasly taking the banked line of turn 3 a bit too literally and running way too wide. And that will cost him his first run. And that will be a blown lap, really, for Pierre. But it is, Verstappen, Sargent, Stroll now, who's had a good session. He's looked as quick, if not quicker, than Alonso. Up in 3rd, only briefly, though, because Charles Leclerc is now up to 3rd. And then it's Stroll 4th, Russell 5th, Hulkenberg up to 6th, with Alonso in 7th for Aston Martin, as Piastri goes 2nd for McLaren, 0.7 of a second down on Verstappen, as Gasly only goes 11th. Lewis Hamilton is only in 9th place. And then Lance Stroll has popped back up to 3rd on a 1:21.4, I think it is. As now Alonso goes up to 4th place. So 3rd and 4th for Aston Martin right now. And now Sergio Perez is up to 5th. Still no rain, which is good to see. And to be honest, I think the rain might just stay away. Don't count on it, 100%, because you just never know. But the current top 10, with 8 minutes to go in Q2, it's Verstappen, Piastri, Stroll, Alonso, Perez, Sargent, Leclerc, Russell, Hulkenberg, and Hamilton. As Alex Albon, who was in P11, now goes 2nd, as Lando Norris now goes quickest for McLaren. And goes quicker than Verstappen by 0.5 of a second. Albon only 0.3 of a second slower than Verstappen. Brilliant effort again, and brilliant driving by Alex Albon, who equals of that lap his the lap time he did in Q1, which saw him at the top of the timesheets. Yuki Tsunoda is up to 9th place. Fernando Alonso is in 6th. Max Verstappen has gone back to the top of the timesheets on a 1:20.2. 3.5 tenths quicker than Norris, as Logan Sargent up to 7th. Sargent not looking too shabby, as Russell goes 4th. And Lewis Hamilton, where does he go? Up to 3rd. Looking a lot better now. The 7 times world champion. So Hamilton up to 3rd. Leclerc goes up to 6th. And then you've got Piastri 7th, Stroll 8th, Alonso 9th, Sargent 10th. And in the drop zone right now, as Piastri does a purple middle sector, in the drop zone, it is Perez, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Sainz. As Carlos saying on the radio, track is drying very quickly. We need a new intermediate on the car, I'm pretty sure is what he was saying towards the end there. And yeah, the track, it is drying out quickly as the sun continues to shine. As Piastri goes 4th for McLaren. So 2nd and 4th for McLaren at the minute. As Carlos Sainz in 15th. Not sure if he is on a new set of inters, but he is out there on a flying lap. 6 minutes to go in Q2. And now comes to the middle sector. There's Carlos, and he is not quick. He is nearly 0.3 of a second slower than Logan Sargent after the first 2 sectors. Carlos, I've been saying it all weekend. He has not looked quick, but I was not expecting quite this bad a pace from Carlos. He comes to the line and stays in 15th place. And yeah, he needs to get in for some new tyres because he is not going anywhere at the minute. As Hulkenberg stays in P13. And I think, yeah, those intermediate tyres might have just had it. We'll see what they do as we enter the final 5 minutes of play here in qualifying 2. And at the minute, making it into the shootout, it's Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Piastri, Alex Albon, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Lance Stroll, Fernando Alonso, and Logan Sargent. Remember, Logan Sargent has never made it into Q3. That would be a first. Sergio Perez is on a flying lap. He's just coming through turn 10, which is a frustrating corner. But he handles it just fine. And very quick in the middle sector. This is going to be a big improvement for Perez. If he keeps this up as Max goes even quicker and does a 1:19.6. And is now basically a second quicker than Lando Norris. So Max is absolutely miles out in front. As Sergio Perez goes second, just ahead of Lando Norris. So a Red Bull 1-2. Which, by the way, we've not had many of them in 2023, despite them winning every race of the season. As here comes Alex Albon. Purple first sector, 0.3 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. Alexander Albon is on fire. He's been on fire for quite a while now. And, well, he's on the verge of exploding. He's been on fire that long. Maybe that explosion will be this weekend. Maybe even next weekend, where Williams are touted to be very quick, as he's only slightly slower than Verstappen through the middle sector. This is a brilliant lap by Albon, and surely he will go second, maybe even go quickest, as a dry line is definitely forming around the track. There's Pierre Gasly improving quite a bit in 14th. Albon goes quickest. Brilliant lap. 1/4 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. What a weekend he's having. As Yuki Tsunoda goes up to 3rd. Brilliant improvement from Tsunoda. As Gasly only 8th. With how the track's improving, I'm not sure that's going to be good enough. As Russell goes up to 2nd. So Albon still in P1. Alonso up to 4th. Will that be good enough? It's going to be close. And in the drop zone now, as Logan Sargent goes up to 5th. And Sargent 1.1 seconds slower than Albon. That is quite incredible amount of lap time. That's not all due to Sargent, by the way, being not good enough compared to his teammate. I think we have to give credit where credit's due. Albon is on, like I said, fire. But your top 10 with 90 seconds to go. Albon, Russell, Verstappen, Alonso, Sargent, Tsunoda, Perez, Norris, Hamilton, Piastri. And in the drop zone, Gasly, Leclerc, Stroll, Hulkenberg and Sainz. Can Ferrari get at least one car into Q3? As Piastri, by 0.07 of a second, goes quickest. What a brilliant lap by the Australian. A 1:19.3. As Leclerc does a purple first sector, that is a lot more like it. Lance Stroll goes 6th. Not sure that's going to be good enough, you know, with the track improvement that is going to come. As Sergio Perez immediately replaces him in 6th place. And now Lewis Hamilton into the drop zone with the 2 Ferraris. Lando Norris now the driver at risk as Hamilton only goes 8th. That is not a good lap, you know. Especially with the Ferraris improving like they are, and Norris, you'd think, will, you know, definitely improve on 11th. As you've got 20 seconds to go, and really, one final lap. Leclerc gets a good toe to the start-finish line and goes up to 3rd. We wait to see whether that is enough to get into Q3. As Nico Hülkenberg, we're now looking at. He's done a personal best first sector. Car's not looking great through turn 10, but he's got a chance. And that is all he wants, as he is very close on lap time with Logan Sargent. It's going to be very close between the two. Runs a bit wide through the middle of turn 12, I have to say. As Tsunoda does not do a personal best. Middle sector. Neither does Gasly, but they're both quicker than Sargent. So, yeah, it's going to be quite mental, this ending. Here comes Hülkenberg. And he does go up to 10th, but I'm pretty sure he will not be making it into Q3. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda, who now goes up to P10. As Max Verstappen goes quickest. Pierre Gasly is up to 9th. Let me just quickly update that. Fernando Alonso goes 4th. Carlos Sainz up to 9th. Lando Norris is up to 7th place. Hamilton is into the drop zone. Can he improve? And no, Hamilton is out, and Logan Sargent with a brilliant final lap. Well done to him. Logan Sargent is into Q3. Both Williamses in Q3, I think for the first time in a fucking long time. Gotta be 6-7 years, something like that. What a lap by Sargent. Still miles off his teammate, but nonetheless, that is absolutely brilliant from the young American, who will be starting in the top 10 for the first time in his Formula One career. But guys, let's just go through the top 10 and who will be in Q3. Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Alex Albon, Fernando Alonso, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lando Norris, Sergio Perez, Carlos Sainz, and the American Logan Sargent. And knocked out in Q2, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, and the 7-time world champion himself in 13th, Lewis Hamilton. What a disastrous day for him. Just in the wet, somehow not quick, which is so surprising to see from him. And then Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg again. Those 5 drivers, Stroll, Gasly, Hamilton, Tsunoda, and Hülkenberg, out in Q2. But Q3, guys, just around the corner. And wow, what a session this has been. And surely it's going to keep getting better. But let me know, guys, your thoughts on Lewis Hamilton knocked out of Q2 for the 2nd time this season. He did qualify 13th in Miami. And that was in the dry, so probably, could argue, less surprising there. But again, given he is such an amazing driver in the wet, you would expect Hamilton easily to make the top 10 here. Given his teammate Russell up in 6th, but Hamilton, there's no pace. And I told you that lap where he went initially up to 8th, I said that lap is not good enough. And that was the best he could do. And that's why he is 13th only. And as well, it's so surprising because he's been faster than Russell up until really today. But for some reason today, Russell in the wet conditions has absolutely destroyed Lewis. But can we just, obviously the main headline is Lewis Hamilton knocked out in Q2. Let's talk about Williams F1, shall we? What a resurgence this year. They have been one of the most improved teams this year. Obviously, have jumped up from last in the championship, now up to P7. And they have just got both cars into Q3 for the first time, I think, since... Again, it's got to be 2017, the last time that happened. But if it has happened in the time since then, it has to be a crazy one-off race where that happened, and I just can't remember. But yeah, what a qualifying session, and what a weekend for Williams, where, again, coming into the weekend, I did not think they would be quick. I thought Albon would probably make it into Q2. I thought they would have overall the slowest car. Yeah, they have probably the, fourth best car? Maybe even third best car here in qualifying. It really is quite incredible what we are seeing. And of course, next weekend is probably going to be their strongest race of the season at Monza because of how mental their straight line speed is. They could be on the front row of the grid next week. That dare I say, that could actually happen. I mean, if they're doing this here in the wet, who's to say a front row or even a podium, dare I say, at Monza isn't possible? It really is incredible how this team has gone, has gone so just upwards so steeply. It is absolutely incredible. I mean, I thought we'd see some decent results this season from Williams at certain races, kind of like we saw last year. I did not think they would finish 7th in the championship, nor did I think they would be as quick as they've become, as Norris on the radio after Q2 saying, "Oh, thank God for getting through to Q3. That was my bad. If you wanted to take a big risk, I reckon you could try." And I couldn't quite read the rest of that. But Norris also has been a bit surprisingly slow. Piastri was quicker than him in practice 3, and I think that's been quicker than him in Q1 and Q2. But yeah, we are moments away now from the start of Q3, and with the track conditions still quite treacherous, and the track rubbering up all the time and improving the grip of the track all the time. If you get the right lap in at the right time, you just never know what could happen here. We could see something crazy happen. Most likely, Max Verstappen will take pole. But you never know. You just never know. I mean, look, after Q2, Albon in 3rd, and was for a few minutes in P1. As Q3, by the way, has started. I will sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark, which is in about 45 seconds' time. But we've got cars on track now. Looking at the weather, I don't think there's any threat of rain anymore. So, yeah, it should be no more rain for the rest of the session, and is actually now quite hot conditions. And it's nice and sunny at Zandvoort. So, yeah, it's looking good. And guys, we've got Piastri and Perez on the Inters, but the two Williamses and Russell and Sainz are on the soft compound tyres. And to be fair, looking at the track, I think it's the right decision. There's a dry line. And I think they can get away with it as long as they just don't stray off the dry line too far. So, I think I think it is ready for dry tyres. Max Verstappen, though, going out on inters. Leclerc also out on inters. So is Perez. Alonso is out on soft tyres. So this, yeah, is going to be a crazy end to qualifying. I forgot, by the way, to sync up the timer. Sorry about that. I'll do it at the 10-minute mark instead. Just wanted to say, we are currently on 91 likes. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Let's try and get up to 100 if we can by the end of qualifying, as George Russell starts his first attempt at pole position in Holland. And there you go. 10 minutes to go in qualifying as McLaren do a racing pit stop to put Piastri on the soft tyre. And yeah, Russell, his last pole position was... Technically, it was Sao Paulo last year, but that was because he won the sprint. But the last time in a Saturday qualifying session he got pole was in Hungary last year, where he was truly at his peak. As Alex Albon does a purple first sector in the dark blue rocket. As Russell completes the middle sector. And it's a good middle sector. Still a bit treacherous in certain corners. They're having to, you know, mind the gap to certain parts of the track. Because, again, the dry line, it's there, but it's not massive. But Russell has had a good end to the lap as Max Verstappen has come into the pits for those dry tyres. Albon does a purple middle sector as well. As George Russell does a 1:18.2, which is not quick. Alex Albon comes to the line. The F1 broadcast is completely fucked up, but they've now got it sorted. And Alex Albon goes 2.5 seconds quicker than George Russell, and he's on provisional pole on a 1:15.7. Logan Sargent goes up to second, with Russell in third. Sainz now third. We've got a yellow flag. Oh, no. Yellow flag in sector 1. And it's Logan Sargent. He's had a massive crash on the entry to turn 3. And that is a red flag. I'll freeze the timer, by the way, in just a second. And that is such a shame for Logan. It's been a brilliant day. He's made Q3 for the first time in his Formula 1 career. And he's gone and put it in the barriers. And it's a big one. Rear wing's gone. Both front tyres look like they are, quite damaged. Might have to put a new gearbox on that. Yeah, that is a big one. Thankfully, there is a place right behind where Logan's crashed, I think, where they can lift the car over the barriers. So this isn't going to be a super long red flag. But yeah, that is very disappointing for Logan. Given as well how quick Williams look. And obviously now it's dry, that suits Williams even more. Because, of course, Williams do tend, despite what you've seen in this session, they do tend to be better in dry conditions. We saw that in Spa. They looked really good in the dry, but in the wet, they didn't quite have the pace. And yeah, I think Logan on the entry to turn 2 touched the damp part of the track, spun, and then bashed into the barriers. And just a simple driver error. But as long as he doesn't get a penalty for tomorrow for a new gearbox, so there's no, chassis issue, then, he's starting on the top 10. That is something for him. But still, I do have to say that his, the gap between him and Albon is still alarmingly big. So, we do need to remember that. Because I think that might, him getting into Q3 is great. I'm very happy for him, but I don't want it to paper over the cracks of, him just not being anywhere near Alex Albon. as it appears we've got a couple trucks on their way to come get Logan's car. So the red flag will probably last 5 to 10 minutes. But don't worry about the weather because it's gone lovely, clear and beautiful at Zandvoort. So I don't think there's going to be any issue in terms of the weather. Don't think there's any threat of rain anymore. But guys, let me know in the chat, with 8 minutes and 13 seconds to go in Q3, and we have a red flag because of a crash, a big one with Logan Sargent. His car now being towed away by the tractor. And yeah, hopefully we'll be back underway actually a bit quicker than I expected. Yeah, who do you think's going to get pole? Will it be Verstappen? I still think it will be. But, you know, what about Norris? What about Piastri? Dare I say, what about Alex Albon? Let me know right now in the live chat, who do you think takes pole position? As up there on the stage, there's a couple of people trying to entertain or keep the crowd entertained whilst we've got a lull, obviously waiting for the cars to get back out there. Again, probably another 5 minutes and I reckon we'll be back underway. The final 8 minutes and 13 seconds of Q3 and of qualifying in general. But what I want to see is how many of you are ambitious enough to say Alex Albon. That's really what I want to know. As a load of trucks have parked up there, and I think there's just some work going on to the barriers just to make sure it's in good enough condition to withstand any more crashes. Yeah, just an onboard replay of Logan. So he didn't have a great run through turn 1, and then I think what happened was he turned in from a really as wide of an angle as he could into turn 2, and because he did that, he then probably steered more so into turn 2 than he probably should have, clipped a bit of the damp track, and the rear end just wasn't stable enough to live with it and just let go. Either that or the white line clipping that, you know, before turning in is what caused it to happen. But I think it's most likely just, and I think Anthony Davidson is looking at it now, yeah, as he turns in on the left front, yeah, he's just showing it now. On the left front, he just clips a damp part of the track and it just completely pirouettes the car into a spin. And then it's game over for Logan. And thankfully, took his hands off the wheel, so he didn't break his hand like Daniel Ricciardo did yesterday. So, yeah, just a simple driver error there from Logan. But at least Williams made it through to Q3. But only 4 lap times, by the way, on the board in Q3. Albon, Sargent, Sainz and Russell. Piastri, Alonso, Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris and Perez all have not done a lap time yet. And when we do get going, I will sync up the timer for the 8-minute mark. If I could just quickly set up on my end. Still no news officially as to when we will be back underway. As I just trying to make sure the barrier is, you know, in good condition. But one thing I was actually going to say when Q3 started, and I didn't quite have the time to say it, is remember yesterday in the dry, the best time in practice 2 was a 1:11.3. I did say coming into today's stream, in the dry, the best time I can see for pole position is somewhere between a 1:09.5 and a 1:10.0. That's the absolute best time I could see. So we are still, Alex Albon is P1 on a 1:15.7. That is still quite a bit away from the peak you could do in dry conditions. So when the session does get underway, it is going to be a massive improvement of lap time from all of the drivers compared to what we've seen so far. As work still going on to the barrier. Looks like they've fixed it a bit. As the weather now looking, thankfully, good at Zandvoort. Grand Prix that I am hopefully, maybe in the future, going to be going to myself. Hopefully the weather will be a bit better than it has been this weekend for the fans. But they seem to be enjoying themselves, so no problem. And still that they're expectant of a good end to qualifying. As Lewis Hamilton is currently being interviewed on Sky F1, of course. Lewis Hamilton knocked out in Q2, only 13th. And that is going to be a very hard race for him tomorrow. It will be exciting watching him come through the field, but it's not that easy to overtake here, so it really is not going to be that easy of a race. He's not just going to, fly through the pack. And to be fair, I'd be very surprised if he finished in the top 5. He would need quite a bit of luck, I think, to accomplish a result like that. Yeah, still no news on when the session will be restarting. So let me just quickly have a look to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Brabham saying, I'm pretty sure somebody will get pole. Rowan says last front row Williams lockout was Germany 2003. That is not true, by the way. It was actually the 2014 Austrian Grand Prix. The last Williams front row. And it was Massa and Bottas that weekend. What a day that was. Williams on the front row. Mercedes had a shocking day. Still ended up getting a 1-2, but Williams were really quick that weekend. Really quick. And maybe if they had a bit of a, stronger driver lineup, if they had an Alonso type driver in that car that weekend, I think they probably could have pulled off the win. But no disrespect to Massa and Bottas, but I just don't think they were good enough to hold off the two Mercedes. So that's why they ended up 3rd and 4th. And I think back then with Williams, again, if they had had an Alonso or a Vettel level of driver, I think they would have won a race or two back in 2014, 2015, but it just never could happen because Bottas and Massa, they had good performances, but it's never enough to seriously put Mercedes under pressure. Brabham says Chaz's F1 knowledge is outrageous. Cheers for that. To be fair, it's not that hard for me to think of when their last front row is. They haven't had that many in the last 20 years, let's be honest. The last one before 2014 was, I think, Hockenheim 2003, as that person was saying. I think Rowan was saying earlier. So yeah. 2 front row lockouts in 20 years. That's how just far they dropped off. A front row lockout, back in the 90s, if they got anything less than that, they'd be disappointed. That's how incredibly dominant they were back in the 90s. I say Regara saying in the chat, Russell at Spa was their last front row. Yeah, and of course their last podium in Formula 1, even though it wasn't a real race at the end of the day. Elkin Vaughan, I think it is, says Piastri for pole. I like it. I like that shout. He's been good today as Piastri. By the way, hello to G Walker. Good to see you. One of the regulars. And race control just announcing that delay is due to barrier repairs. Courtney Hedge says Jamaica love each other. Thank you very much for that. Love you too. Nikki Dixon says Williams were quick in 2014 due to them getting the fixed gear ratios correct for the year. Paddy Lowe stated this. Well, yeah, they just got the most with that, and you know the design of their car overall. They just got the most out of the strength they had, which was having the Mercedes power unit. And I think we saw with their performance around power tracks, especially compared, you know, Ferrari, Red Bull, teams like that at the time, just how strong that power unit was. Because when we would then go to a track like Singapore, Williams were a midfield team. But then at Monza, they were easily the second best team. But it was because of just how strong that Mercedes power unit was. And they were able to unlock the full potential of it. Eugene Kelly says, I thought Williams lock out Silverstone 2 in 2014. No. They did. They were running first and second in 2015 at Silverstone. But no, they didn't have a front row, unfortunately. And that 2015 race was the last race where they actually had a chance of winning. But, yeah. They, didn't quite put up the best fight. Go back and look at that race. And by the way, Sarah Gara, please tell me you are not lying, because hold on. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, I cannot tell you the joy I feel when fucking Man United are getting bantered. I cannot begin to describe the ecstasy that runs through my body when that happens. I have just seen. Wow. It is a beautiful day, guys, at Zandvoort, where I'm at in the UK, and overall, it is a truly beautiful day. As barrier now repaired, and the trucks are now off back to the pit lane, so it looks as though that's all fixed. And you'd think we'll get a message in the next minute or so, saying, and there you go, session will resume in 3 minutes time. So there you go, 3 minutes time, and we'll be underway. The final 8 minutes and 13 seconds of Q3. As Sky F1 at the minute just showing an interview with Liam Lawson. As Charles Leclerc is just waiting at the exit of the pit lane. I think it was Leclerc. I'm not sure. It was a Ferrari that was waiting at the exit at the pit lane. As McLaren look like they're now getting ready to release Lando Norris in a few seconds' time. And yeah, I cannot wait to see what this Q3 provides. By the way, guys, even if the track ends up being bone dry for this final 8 minutes, you have to remember, with all that rain, all the rubber from yesterday's washed away. So the track, the grip of the track is like it was in practice 1 yesterday. So it's not going to be easy, and you're not necessarily going to get the expected result with, again, the track being in a, I wouldn't say a weird condition, but not the usual condition you'd expect it to be in. So, yeah, it's going to be really quite something, I hope, these final 8 minutes of quali. Just wanted to read out one final comment, actually, before we get properly cracking. From KTW. Hold on a minute. Let me just check that I've got everything ready to get the timer back on screen. I have. Yeah, KEW in chat saying, currently on holiday and can't actually watch the race on the app I use, so thank you so much, because this has been a weekend and a half. Lol, no problem. And yeah, if you ever need, keeping up to date with, everything with F1, I'm here. As the green light has not gone on yet. It's about to, though. And there you go. It is now green. We are back underway, guys, for the final. A few seconds. I'll just wait till it gets to it. In 3, 2, 1. Final 8 minutes of qualifying. Who will take pole position? Currently, it's a Williams front row. Can they hold on? Obviously, not to the front row, because Logan Sargent is out of possession, but can they hold off pole position and take one of the greatest pole positions in Formula 1 history? We will find out as Max Verstappen, the monster of Formula 1 at the moment, is released from the Red Bull pits. Got every car except Sargent, of course, who's out of the session, now out on the track. Verstappen just slowly coming around the long loop of the pit lane exit. And, of course, you have to remember, guys, many of the drivers have not done their first run in Q3. That's the first job, is put in a good first lap. And then, after that, you'd imagine they'll come back in again, very quickly refuel, whack on a new set of tyres, and then get straight back out there again. Fresh tyres around here definitely make a difference because of how the front tyres get absolutely murdered through those long corners. You don't want to be carrying around older tyres, really, if you can help it. As here is Carlos Sainz, who is currently in 3rd place. Let's see what he has for us as he does a purple first sector. No real surprise given the track a lot drier now. But I've got to say, not very quick there through turn 7 and 8. And to me, looks like he's backed off. And he has. I'm pretty sure he's backed off here. There's all loads of birds there. I thought that looked like debris. And it was a load of birds just flying off the track. Yeah, Carlos Sainz is not pushing. He's backed off for some reason. I don't know why. I guess just doesn't have a great feeling in the car. As Albon, 1.3 seconds up on his previous best. Remember, the best time in practice 2 yesterday in the dryer, 1:11.3. Best time so far, 1:15.7. As Russell, 2.7 up on Albon's best time so far, and does a purple middle sector. And Albon comes back into the pits. Clearly not happy with that lap. Here comes George Russell as Lando Norris does a purple middle sector. Alonso up to 3rd. Russell now quickest by 3.1 seconds on a 112.5. Leclerc is in P2. Lando Norris goes half a second quicker than Russell up to P1, and Piastri a couple tenths of a second slower in P2. Here comes Max Verstappen. No purple sectors and only third for Verstappen. 3.5 tenths slower than Lando Norris. That is surprising. So Norris currently on provisional pole positions. Alonso on another flying lap, and he's done a purple first sector, yellow flag in sector 2, and Leclerc looks like he's damaged his car, and that's going to be another red flag. Or the look, yeah, that's another red flag, and there you go, red flag. And to me, it looks like he's hit the barrier somewhere, but it is Norris. Let me just stop the timer. We've got 4 minutes, and yet he has hit the barrier on the exit, I think, of turn 9. Or maybe the entry of turn 9. So with 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go in qualifying, it's Norris, Piastri, Verstappen, your top 3. And yet he ran wide, went too deep at turn 9, and oh, that's a big hit. That could be a new gearbox for him tomorrow. And we've seen with Leclerc this season, unfortunately, you know, sometimes he can push too hard, and he definitely pushed too hard on that occasion. Just went too deep into the corner, and offline, it's still too wet. There you go. Currently in 5th, but he's probably going to end up in 9th place. So it is Norris, Piastri, Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, and then Perez in 6th, Albon 7th, Sargent is still, for the moment, in 8th, and then it's Alonso in 9th, and Carlos Sainz in P10. But Leclerc and Sargent out of the session, so really, it will be, you'd think, Sargent P10 and Alonso and Leclerc in P9. Because once we get the session going again, I'm pretty confident Leclerc will not keep 5th place or stay ahead of the rest of the drivers that are still able to complete the session. Yeah, poor mistake by Leclerc, just going too deep into the corner. And wasn't necessarily having to push that hard at that point of the session. Not like it was truly the final run of Q3. There you go. Frank saying 2023, the year of quali red flags. Yeah, it's a lot more. Happens a lot more than it used to. In Formula One, red flags. I feel like they never, or not they never used to happen, but they would try everything in their power not to throw out a red flag or even, you know, a safety car at times. And yeah, there's certain times where you could probably say that was, you know, incorrect. But yeah, it's quite a common occurrence. As Leclerc now marches back to the pits. And just seeing a further replay of, and don't worry, Sarah, I've seen the score quickly whilst there was just a lull there. I was just checking to see what's going on. As they've just said, Q3 will resume in about 2 minutes time. So 2 minutes, guys, and then we'll be into the final 4 minutes and 5 seconds. And really, what it will be is the final run of qualifying, because I don't think anyone's really got time to do 2 runs, even though it's a short lap. So it's going to be one final run. And as it stands, guys, with one final run, it is a McLaren front row lockout. The last time McLaren locked out the front row was, I'm pretty sure, the 2012 Brazilian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton's final race for McLaren, that was. Wow, what a Grand Prix that was. One of the best races of all time, without a doubt. You could argue the best race of all time. The drama in it was something that even Hollywood couldn't imagine. And they are, well, 4 minutes and 5 seconds away from another front row lockout. Yeah, we'll be underway in, what, the next few seconds, I think, is when the session will be officially back underway. Everybody, though, still in the pit lane because, again, like I said, everyone is just going to go for that final run because there isn't enough time to do 2 runs at the end. But as soon as the session, the timer starts ticking, I'll make sure to get the timer back on screen for you guys. You can keep bang up to date with what is happening. We should be underway now. And there you go, we are. So, there you go. 4 minutes to go in qualifying. Let's hope for no red flag. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Who gets pole? Is it Norris? Is it Piastri? Is it Verstappen? Maybe even Russell? Alonso did do a purple first sector before that red flag came out. You just never know. First car on track, Sergio Perez, which I am surprised by, given that the track, the grip will just improve so much. The track evolution will be so big. Surprised Red Bull are sending him out so early. And a bit surprised with Williams as well, sending Albon out early. Because really, you want to be sending your drivers out as late as possible. I know there is a threat of red flags around here, but given we've had rain, and again, the track evolution is going to be quite big, you want to be sending your drivers out, ideally, as late as possible. And that's what McLaren are doing. They're leaving their cars in the garage for the moment. Red Bull are decided, I think, not quite yet, but I think, yeah, here we go. Verstappen released from the garage. They have decided to bolt. And McLaren released both cars. Both cars just after, to ensure they are behind Max in the order and will have access to slightly better grip on their lap. I will, though, because of that, factor, track evolution, I will make sure to let you guys know who the last across the line is. By the looks of it, it's going to be George Russell, who is still officially in the pit lane, as Leclerc has found a deck chair. And yet Russell is now on track, and at least Charles can get a nice tan in and watch the end of qualifying. Holland, not a place where you would expect to get a tan, but you never know what might happen with that. As here is Sergio Perez on a flying lap. He has not done a good first sector and he's backed out. He's backed out of it. So Perez, I'm guessing, just trying to do a warm-up lap instead. Again, I'm not quite sure you want to be doing an extra lap on tyres, given that, tyres do wear out quite a bit over a qualifying lap. But Max Verstappen currently in third. Can he take his third straight pole at his home Grand Prix? Turn 1 looks perfect. Now through turn 2 and 3. And it looks very good. All slight hesitation through the middle of turn 3. That would have cost him a half a tenth or so. And for the first sector, wow, that's good. 3/4 of a second quicker than Norris. I know the track's improving, but that is a mega first sector as he flies through turn 9. Now turn 9. That was turn 8. As Norris does a slightly better by half a tenth. Slightly better first sector on this final lap of qualifying. As Verstappen, a second up, nearly 1.1 seconds up on Norris through the middle sector. What's Norris's middle sector like? Oh, he's not improved. He's lost a lot of time, Lando. I think Max Verstappen might have just engineered another pole in Holland. And yes, he has. 1.5. 1.5, yes, not 1.4. 1.5 seconds quicker than Lando Norris as Oscar Piastri goes up to second. Lando Norris goes now up to second. Wasn't the greatest final attempt. Half a second off as Sergio Perez goes third for Red Bull. That's a brilliant result considering his bad history around here. Fernando Alonso is up to third. Here comes the Williams of Alex Albon. Third for Albon. What a lap. Albon, third on the grid, is it? As Carlos Sainz only goes fifth. That's a poor effort from Carlos Sainz. Here comes Russell, who now goes third. What a fight for third in the end. But in the end, there was only one man who was taking pole position at Zandvoort, and it was the monster himself. Max Verstappen, by 5.5 tenths, is on pole position for tomorrow's 2023 Dutch Grand Prix. And then it will be Lando Norris in second with George Russell in third. Alex Albon fourth for Williams. That's their highest result in qualifying since the second place at Spa in 2021. Absolutely incredible stuff from Williams and, most importantly, Alex Albon. Fernando Alonso, brilliant result from him in fifth. Carlos Sainz sixth. Perez seventh. Piastri only eighth. Very disappointing final lap there for Oscar Piastri. And they're complete in the top 10. Charles Leclerc and Logan Sargent. Brilliant by Sargent to get into Q3. And then the rest of the grid. Stroll 11th. Gasly 12th. Hamilton 13th. Tsunoda 14th. Hulkenberg 15th. Zhou 16th. Ocon 17th. Magnussen 18th. Bottas 19th. And Liam Lawson will start at the back for AlphaTauri. But that, guys, is it. That is your grid. Tomorrow's Dutch Grand Prix. And what a grid that is. What a grid that is. And I am now going to set up the poll in the chat for driver of the day. So let me just quickly get the options decided. Who is your driver of the day, of course? Qualifying at the Dutch Grand Prix. And the options, by the way, John Garthwaite, I think it is, who says, thanks, Chaza, no problem. Thanks for that compliment. The options for driver of the day will be Max Verstappen. I'll go, obviously, Alex Albon. I'll put him, obviously, in there. I'm going to go Fernando Alonso. I think that fifth place was a really good result for Fernando. And then Logan Sargent, I'll go as the fourth and final option. So let me know, guys, who is your driver of the day for qualifying at the Dutch Grand Prix? For me, let me just see quickly what the gaps were before I decide, because that I want to see. I know Verstappen was 5.5 tenths clear of Norris, but I just want to see what the other gaps were. And so the F1 website is being a bit slow. So Alex Albon was only a, 10th and a half away from third. That was brilliant. And he was about a 10th ahead of Alonso. Half a second quicker than Piastri. I think I've got to give it to Alex Albon. I have to. I absolutely have to. Not just because of the position, I have to say. It's not just because of that, but it's also the pace. He was so close to third. And, you know, out-qualifying such massive teams and great drivers by such massive margins. And you've got to say, without a doubt, even though Max, got pole by 5.5 tenths, you got to say Alex Albon is the driver of the day. But if you do want to go for Verstappen, then go for him if that's what you truly think. We're, you know, all about opinions here. You don't have to be scared to share your opinion. You know, maybe you want to go for Fernando Alonso. Maybe you want to even give Logan Sargent his credit. And I will give him credit for getting through to Q3. In terms of driver of the day, let me know whether you think he was the driver of the day today. But for me, it's I'd have to go with Alex Albon, and then second Max Verstappen. That's what I would have to go for my driver of the day vote. But what I'm going to do, of course, guys, is now for probably the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'm now going to do a reaction, of course, to what we have seen here in qualifying. And not going to be on for, you know, a lot longer because I have been live for quite a while. I've been live now, I think, for 5 hours and 17 minutes. So, and considering I didn't sleep that long last night, I am fucked. So, another 15 minutes or so, and then we'll come to the end of the stream. So what I'm going to do is read out your comments in the chat. So let me know, what do you think of qualifying, and what do you think of the, you know, certain results, and what are your thoughts going into the race? America's Choice says Logan's shunt hurt his chances for driver of the day. Definitely. Not a great way to end the day. Astro Stevo saying Piastri disappointing today. Expected better. Disappointing from him. Especially with him being, in the end, 8 tenths of a second slower than his teammate. That is unacceptable. But it's a one-off. I mean, normally when Lando does out-qualify him, it's by a smallish margin, so there's no need to go absolutely in on him. But was a disappointing drive today in the end in Q3. But McLaren car's quick. We can see that. So you'd expect him to make progress from P8. Willifon Gaming points out, and it is true, that Alonso, best qualifying since Canada. In Canada, he qualified officially, I think, in third, was it? And back into the top 5. Great to see. And it's what do you call it? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Like I said, I'm absolutely fucked. Brilliant to see Fernando back in the top 5, considering the Aston Martin's lack of pace. Their race pace, though, actually, when you consider that Alonso in practice 2 on the long runs was actually running the old floor, Alonso's pace was actually not that bad. It wasn't great or very good, but it wasn't too bad from him. And from 5th place, I think Alonso, don't count him out for a podium. do not count him out for a podium. I mean, it's Fernando Alonso at the end of the day. How can you count him out? And we know Russell this season has not been the most consistent. He's had a good day today, but doesn't mean he's going to have a good day tomorrow. And you would expect Albon to drop back from 4th, but it'll be hard to pass that Williams because it is an absolute bullet down the straights here at Zandvoort. So, yeah. Really, how I expect the race to be, this is just my initial thoughts. You'll have Verstappen dominate out front. Norris should comfortably finish in 2nd. And then you'll have a battle for 3rd with Russell, Alonso, Perez, maybe Piastri. And then the rest of the points will be contended for between Albon, Sainz, Leclerc, Stroll, Hamilton, Gasly probably as well. So, yeah, it's going to be maybe not a classic race or an amazing race or anything like that, but it's going to be interesting with, the cars, certain cars out of position. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be an interesting Dutch Grand Prix, which is at least what I would ask for, is an interesting race, not necessarily a 10 out of 10 every week. But, yeah. Let's read out some more comments from you guys in the chat. Sainz beat Leclerc and gone under the radar here. True, but I don't think Sainz has put in a good performance. I really don't think that. I mean, 6th on the grid is not terrible. It's better than I predicted, but Leclerc crashed out in the end, and I think Leclerc probably could have ended up 3rd on the grid. So I don't think Sainz's performance is really that good. I mean, Sainz has been pretty slow all weekend. So, I mean, the only thing I can give him credit for is not crashing like his teammate did. Astro Steve also saying, respect Chazza, quali was better than feared. Still not optimistic for the race, but you never know. True. Kiefer says, Sergio starting 7th is disappointing if he finished where he finished. Probably Max will be champion Italy. No, it's not possible yet. I think it's either Qatar. I think might be a very small chance of it being possible at Suzuka, which is only a month away, I think, from now, the Japanese Grand Prix. But it's most likely going to be the Qatar Grand Prix in first week of October when he gets it done. Let me find some other comments if I can. America's Choice. Any chance of rain for tomorrow? There is. Let me just quickly get the forecast up. I will say the forecast for Zandvoort this weekend has been very all over the place. I'll look, 1 minute and then, you look 3-4 hours later and suddenly there's a lot more rain forecast or a lot less. It's been all over the place. It's not been very easy to predict. But for the rest of the day at Zandvoort, it's going to be dry. And then tomorrow, the forecast is for it to rain up until about 45 minutes to an hour before the race starts. And then maybe a bit of rain at the start of the race, but then after that, it should be a dry race, mostly. But, again, qualifying looked, and not even qualifying, today at Zandvoort looked like it was going to be a lot drier than it actually turned out to be. So, I think it's a case of just waking up tomorrow and seeing on the radar, whether it's moved around a bit. It does look like the wind is going to be quite an issue tomorrow as well. 18 miles an hour around the time the race starts. That's going to be a bit of an issue. We know this track is not the easiest to drive around. But yeah, looking at the weather radar for Zandvoort, if I just zoom out a bit on my end. Of course, Zandvoort not far away from the east coast of England. Yeah, a lot of rain around 11 a.m. local time. The race starts at 3 p.m. local time. Yeah, it's too hard to say. There's so many little rain showers around. It's too hard to say. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow. But there is definitely a risk of rain, 100%. There is quite a big risk of rain. Let me find some other comments if I can. Also, funny, briefly. Let me see if I can find a couple more comments, I reckon, because I am absolutely knacked. And Vinster says, nice job for Russell. Any chance Mercedes is not prioritizing Lewis anymore? He doesn't display the brand proudly when he's not in the car. No, it's just an off. It's just an off race for Hamilton. It happens. Max has had an off race this season, believe it or not, in Baku, where Perez was just as quick, if not quicker, and well, proved in the race to be quicker. So it happens. Even for the very best drivers, they have an off race. There is no such thing as a driver being great or getting the best out of the car that they can every weekend. It's just impossible. So yeah, he's had a poor day. Tomorrow will be a lot better, but yeah, let's not go too overboard. Vinster says the painted sections of track are super slick when wet. They don't dry as fast as the track surface either. True. Jay says that yes, you deserve a break and thank you for the blog. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, no problem. Vinster also saying earlier, Alonso quietly slipping back. Yeah. Obviously, in the race at Spa, had a really good race, finishing 5th, which was a surprise result, and they really needed that going into the summer break to hold on, of course, to 3rd in the championship. And Leclerc 9th, Sainz 6th. Leclerc might even take a penalty because he had quite a hard hit into the barriers. Chances are Aston Martin will outscore Ferrari tomorrow, so it is looking good for Aston Martin. And luckily, McLaren don't have both of their drivers right at the sharp end. The McLaren aren't necessarily going to get the maximum point score, out of this Grand Prix. So yeah, Aston Martin should absolutely be satisfied with this result. And if Alonso can finish in the top 4, then I think he should be happy with that, given just how tough the competition's around Aston Martin, and given how, even though with their new floor, they are quicker by the looks of it, they're still not as quick as they were at the start of the season, where they were clearly the second quickest team on the grid, like McLaren are now. So yeah, there is still quite a bit of work to do. But guys, that is it for qualifying watch-along and the qualifying stream. Thank you guys so much for coming along. Been great to have you all. Thanks for all the likes, donations, as usual. And let me just quickly end the polling chat where I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day for qualifying for the Dutch Grand Prix? And after 90 votes, Alex Albon, with 48% of the vote, takes it. And I absolutely agree. Max Verstappen, second, 36% of the vote. And then Alonso just had a Sargent in that driver of the day vote. And yeah, Alex Albon is, as I was saying during qualifying, he is one of the most informed drivers right now in Formula One. He's not had a bad race weekend. I know people may say Spa, but I think him having an extra pit stop in that race made that race look worse for him than it actually was. You have to do you do have to factor that in with Alex's race there at the Belgian Grand Prix. But really, since the completely new car they brought Williams in Canada, Albon since then has been one of the top 5-6 drivers on the grid. And if he keeps this up to the end of the season, then he could absolutely score points on a regular basis. I don't see why not. And he is absolutely, maybe not for next year, but 2025, I think he's definitely going to get some consideration from teams like Ferrari, Aston Martin, for maybe seats in the future if he keeps this performance up. Because he's definitely at a better level now than he was when he was at Red Bull and Toro Rosso back in the day. So, yeah, Alex Albon looking great, and it's so great to see. But guys, let me just do one final thing before I go on to what I'm going to go on to next. Yeah, quick reminder of the schedule, the next two pieces of content. Tomorrow, I will be live at 12 p.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, for the race preview, and then, with my co-commentator Niblo, the race watch-along. I'll be live all the way until 4 p.m. And then, of course, that'll be it for the Dutch Grand Prix content. And then after that, the next piece of content will be on Thursday, live at 8 p.m. UK time, for the weekend preview, the final European race of the season, the 2023 Italian Grand Prix at the Temple of Speed, Monza. So plenty of content coming your way in the next week or so, and hopefully you can join me for all of that. But thank you guys for coming along for today. Been a great day. Some delays here or there, but been a great day overall. And yeah, make sure to come along to tomorrow's stream. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. Before you go, make sure to smash the like button. Really does help the channel out quite a bit in the algorithm, and it shows how much you guys, support the content if you do. As well, if you want to keep up with the content on the channel, make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget as well, if you want to join our community, to join our Discord server, link below in the description, maybe even in the chat, being posted by someone, maybe not, but it is the link in the description if you want to join our server of I think about 500 people. That Discord, by the way, another great place to get notifications for my videos and streams, so it would be great if you could join the server. But guys, until tomorrow, race day for the 2023 Dutch Grand Prix, and my stream where I'll be going live again 2 hours before the race starts at 12 p.m. It has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.